Okay. There you go. Good afternoon. Thursday, November 30, Flathead Reservation Water Management Board meeting. And welcome to all. If you're anybody online, is anyone online yet?
Okay, 3 participants and all staff.
Welcome to those of you online and those in the audience. As always, we like to begin with a opening prayer. So let me take a minute to offer our prayer this afternoon. You can stay seated, Rich. Thank you. For this beautiful day, for bringing us all together for this important business. Watch over our families wherever they are, and give us the strength and wisdom to make good decisions for our community and for the resources as we move forward and get ready for this next year. So with that, thank you. Hey, okay, attendance, please.
Here. Here. Wait, Matt.
Here.
Here.
Henderson.
Present.
And Rich Hanson.
Here. All right, thank you. Just to announce once again that meeting minutes are on the DNRC and CSKT websites. Anybody who's interested in previous meeting minutes. And at this point, we like to ask if anyone perceives or knows of any personal conflict of interest. Anything on the agenda, Georgia? Ken? Roger?
No.
Shane?
No, Mr. Chair.
Rich, this is something we do for each of the meetings. If there's anything you think might be a conflict of interest, we just like to acknowledge that ahead of time. So anything?
No.
Okay, thank you. And none for me. So any comments or suggestions on the agenda before we adopt it? Mr. Roger.
So I guess in reviewing the agenda, I have a couple suggestions or recommendations. One is, I guess I'd like to move item 6 down to below item 10, because I would like to get through all of the business activities before we start a work session.
Okay.
And then item number 8-2, board reconsideration of cell phone stipend. I went back and listened to the July 27, 2023 minutes of that meeting, and we had considerable discussion and made decisions at that meeting. And we voted, there was a motion and it was seconded, and we voted unanimously to adopt the policy as we defined it in that July 27 meeting. So to me, this is a done deal. I think we beat this dead horse enough, and I think it should be removed from the agenda and that we move on, because the board made a decision on that.
Okay, we've got 2 items proposed by Roger. Let's take the first one. Move item 6 to the bottom. Georgia, let's just get consensus here, Georgia.
Yes.
Okay. Shane? Rich? Okay. So by consensus, we will move that to the bottom. Same with next item, 8.2, to remove that. Any comments or questions on that? I know Rich wasn't here for any of that discussion, but I'm assuming folks remember the discussion and vote we had on that. But Roger has a proposal for that. Georgia? Okay. Shane? Okay. And I will agree with both. So we will remove item 8.2 and move item 6 to the bottom. I have one question. Item 3.5, do you want to keep that on? Or do we need to keep that on? Oh, I'm misreading that. I thought there was some question on changes. So I'm misreading it. So we got a compensation. So let me ask real quickly, what is 3.5? Ethan?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, board members. Item 3.4 and 3.5 are up for the board's consideration. It's a shift in the way the board would handle their compensation plans. This was something that was suggested by the state, so I put it on the agenda. Gave you an idea of what would really occur is that under the board business section, the board would just hit their compensation plan requests and approve them as a board.
Okay, so that would be 3.5. 3.4. What specifically is that? Is that the
3.4 is the modification of bylaws that would shift from the present way that things are
Oh, I see. Okay.
to
It's not about the rate.
no.
Okay.
Three is about the rate. So item 3.3 is about the board's letter to the parties about the compensation rate. 3.4 is amendment consideration for bylaw compensation. And then 3.5 is actually the board's submissions for compensation if they were fined 3.4.
Okay, I'm assuming we're good with 3.4, 3.5. Are you good with 3.3? That has to do with the rate. I know that, sometime back, I received and I circulated a letter from the tribe suggesting that we actually increase the compensation rate for the board. Is that what that's about?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, and I did draft you a letter and tried to make a case for the board as to why it would make sense, given the board's compensation budget and the way that the board does meet. And I'm happy to either go over that or not.
Well, let's see if they want to keep it on. You want to keep that on? Just hear it out?
Yeah.
All right, we'll keep those. So we got, with those two changes, motion to approve the agenda is amended.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Roger.
approve the-
Second by Ken, all in favor for the agenda, say aye. Aye, okay, we're good with those two changes. All right, thank you. Any public comment for items not on the agenda? Any public online?
We have 5 people attending online, they're all either NRC or staff.
Okay, if any of you online do have a comment, please raise your hand and we'll take you. Any comment in the audience? No? Okay, so hearing none at this time, assuming if anybody has a comment, please raise your hand when we have our next public comment item on the agenda. Board business. Approved meeting agenda from October 3. Excuse me? Correct. And I just acknowledged and asked if they had a comment and they said no. So, okay, sorry, I'll try to speak up. The wind in here is loud. That's okay though, keeping them warm. Warmish. Meeting minutes from October 3. I'm going to take a quick look at those. Any comments? Let's get them. Otherwise, I'll take a motion to approve when you're ready. As Want to ask a question and make a suggestion? When we take action, I would like to, I know it gets on the minutes, but I like to see something that is highlighted and clear at each point where the board is taking action. On the minutes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I just, it'd be nice to be able to just glance through it and see that. So if we could do that in future minutes, what we're getting is fine. I think we can improve it a little help us a little if we had that. So appreciate that very much. Roger.
Aren't the actual minutes the recording of the meeting?
I think we've said that, but I think if we're gonna have a paper document for us to review and approve, it'd be nice to see those actions.
Right. Oh, I agree with that. Yeah, this is just a synopsis
Yeah,
of that, so.
yeah, it'd be good to see at least a listing of those actions we've taken.
Yep.
Okay, need a motion to approve October 3 minutes when you're ready.
I move that we approve the October meeting.
Motion by Georgia,
Second.
second by Roger. All in favor, say aye. Okay, so we move on to the November 2nd meeting minutes. Comment, go ahead. I can barely hear you there, Ken. Oh, where do we have?
1.2. Might just be typo.
And it's meant for Teresa, but it looks like it's Ken. Okay. So for the record, meeting minutes show on paper here, Ken Pitt resigned and it was actually Teresa Wall McDonald who resigned. So. And for the record, and I think yesterday was a closed session with our attorneys, so we didn't get on the record. We have Rich Jansen here, who is the temporary appointment from the CSKT to replace Teresa until there is a final appointment by the tribal council. So welcome, Rich. So with that correction, there are no other comments. Take a motion to approve this agenda, meeting minutes. Motion by Ken, second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Approved. Thank you, guys. Board letter to parties on compensation. All right, let's go ahead. Ethan. Yes. Oh, good. Okay, good. So we may, so just so everybody is aware, I think, I don't know if she knows why, but we're want to gift her. And if she comes, we'll hit pause, we'll take care of that, and we'll greet her, gift her, and wish her well, and then we'll continue with our meeting. So, all right, thank you.
I spoke with her, I told her.
Yeah. Ethan.
Mr. Chairman, board members, for your consideration is a letter to the parties. This is written to the chairman and the governor. You can adjust that if needed. But what this particular letter contemplates is increasing the board's compensation rate for meetings, moving that rate from 175 to a number that I kind of grabbed out of the air, which was around 300. Generally, the letter's pretty self-explanatory to what it does attempt to do on behalf of the board, is explain that the board's meetings are fairly long and that the board doesn't meet as often as would be needed to get through the total budget for $175 rates. And it has a little calculation included in the meeting, intended to demonstrate that for the board's $72,000 meeting budget, that 5 board members would have to meet 6.86 times a month to, you know, get into the lion's share of that meeting budget. Obviously, we all know that there's conferences and other things. In this particular case, I also show that if you were to move that to 300, that, you know, it'd be easy still to get 4 meetings a month, which is on the obvious ambitious side. But my point is that the highlighted things would be items that you might want to consider changing, or any of the rest of it. And this was me just kind of running with the ball on your behalf, based on being told that there was some discussion at the tribal council level that questioning whether or not 175 was enough.
Yeah, and I'd have to look back at the memo or communication that I received on it. It was suggested that it be increased. It did not give a number to my recollection. I think I sent it out, so anybody remembers.
It was suggested to be what?
Increased.
I just couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it was suggested.
Sound like I'm yelling.
No, it was suggested that the board increase its compensation rate.
So this is can I ask a question, Mr. Chairman?
Absolutely.
So Ethan, this is a flat rate.
Yes, sir. The way that things have typically been arranged for this board is that board is compensated for each meeting that they attend, and that the compensation amount is supposed to include an appropriate level for both the meeting itself and the pre-work that will go into the meeting. You could argue easily that maybe even 300 is not enough for that, but you know, that's why it's highlighted for the board's consideration.
If I could, outside looking in, I've been on a few boards that, you know, there's a flat rate to a certain amount of time and then like a $25 increment, 15 minutes, but knowing that this board needs to have expertise in the matter at hand, the pre-work that's required, including a lot of reading, and the meetings, compensation 300 may seems a little low, but that's me, just outside looking in. You know, if you want quality people on a board that is important like this, even knowing what I know in the tribal system, we're having a hard time getting people to apply for boards, especially if they're voluntary only. And even if they're paid, it's just finding the time, you know, so I think 300 is adequate to look at. That's just my thoughts, guys.
Yeah, can I ask, is Melissa online?
Yes.
Melissa, if you're there, could we get you to join us for just a second, please?
Come ahead.
I am here.
Hi, Melissa. So I absolutely, I don't want to put you on the spot at all, but just, was there any further thought about what the interest was in increasing the board rate from the tribal council that you can shed some light on for the board members? I think there wasn't a rate that was suggested, but as we consider this, I just thought if you had some additional insight, that might help.
There was not a rate that was suggested. It was just noted by the tribal council that, as Rich said, you were looking for people who have particular skill sets or education that are relevant to the board work, that are in occupations that are, like I said, highly skilled, highly educated, that do a lot of work that should be fairly compensated at the rate that's commensurate with their education and experience. And that's not $175 a meeting. So I'm sorry, I don't have a suggested number for you, but
That's
council
fine,
felt-
Melissa. I didn't want to put you on the spot. I just wanted to have you share that with the rest of the board. I think I received your communication on that when you sent it, and I sent it out to the board. So thanks, Melissa.
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I have done some back of the napkin, adjustments here, just to throw some other numbers at you, which again, highlighted because it was just to kind of get the ball rolling here. So, if you go to, 400, then that is 3 meetings. If you go to 500, that's 2.4 meetings. Let's see. You get a solid two meetings a month, $600. I don't know why I had to use a calculator for that. Apologies.
Well, thank you, Ethan. So thoughts from the board members. I guess the additional thing to think about is going to 300 doubles it. I mean, that's, to me, that's a lot. I understand Rich's point. To me, that's a lot. And we could always readjust again. At this point, I know that we're putting some work into doing policies and things, but when the time comes that we are engaged in permitting and hearings and such, I suspect those meeting numbers are gonna go up per month. So we might want to watch how that goes and then adjust from there, but that's just a thought. Your thoughts?
Well, I agree with Rich, but I think we've gone down that road once already. We're told no.
Oh, did we? I'm missing.
Our arguments a year or so ago. I think a lot of time getting ready for meetings, spending a lot of time at meetings, and 175 is nowhere near the compensation we deserve. And the powers that be said, well, 175 is what you're gonna get.
I think they said that as because that's in the funding agreement or related to the sort of the master budget. Is that correct? Yeah, Roger.
My early conversations with Arnie were that $175 was the rate that a legislature gets per day when they're in session. And it had a 3-hour minimum tied to it. So I guess my thoughts are I'm okay with this now, but
Okay,
I think with what's proposed here, but I think we should be looking to the future, like you said, but thinking about either a half-day rate or an hourly rate or something to that effect. Because these hearings may take a half a day, they may take a full day. Who knows? So I think I'd like to, I agree with Rich on some of his ideas that maybe we need to be looking at some incremental rates too or something. So I think we should do more research on that type of thing.
Okay.
So that we can have the justification in the future.
Okay. Any other thoughts, Georgia?
Just learn.
Well, I want to make sure everybody weighs in. So if you go, yes, Rich.
So is your current budget the 72,000 that you're allocated?
The 72,000 is a line item in the funding agreement that is very specifically for board member compensation.
I mean, to me, I'm only temporary and I'm not getting paid a board salary. So I have no skin in the fight, but I do have an opinion that I think at 300, you guys should move forward with that right now. Because even being here yesterday and seeing what I didn't read, but I would have read had I gotten that earlier. Even this agenda, and knowing what you guys could see in the future. That's a minimum, and then looking at what Clayton said is, as they get more and more in depth and longer. They can readjust it. That's just me, and
Yeah, and if we change out, and if it's agreed to now, and I think maybe we make that suggestion in the letter to them now, saying if, you know, this is the proposal for now, but we plan to investigate future options because of the nature of and the level of work. We may need to adjust again in the future, so we should put them on notice if we do this. That would be the case. So are you suggesting, Roger, that we approve this now and then continue to look at other options for possible future adjustments?
Correct.
Okay, and how we do that? So, yeah,
I do think that forewarning should be in this letter.
yeah, that's what I'm suggesting, is that we give them a heads up in the letter. So if we could add that kind of language in there saying that as we propose this, we want to look to the future and additional possible adjustments based on the future workload of the board.
And should I tie that specifically to the length of meetings, kind of an arrangement? Like, I thought that was a good idea, or maybe.
I just say we're gonna look at options because I think there might be 2 or 3 different ways we could go. I don't wanna specify what way we wanna go right now, just that we're gonna need to look at options for future meetings, schedules, yeah. Something to that effect. I think that just gets them a heads up. That makes sense. Any other comments, questions, or suggestions on the letter at this time?
I think one of the, if I may.
Yes, Shane.
Things I heard was the technical need to be on the board. That maybe in the letter a little bit more part of the justification. It's not only the duration that you're here, but it's the knowledge base that we're looking for as well.
You want to include something about that in this letter at this time?
I think those two go hand in hand. That it's, you know, it's a commitment, you know, of time, but it's also the knowledge base that we're trying to attract to the board in future outreaches.
Okay, that expands the heads up a little bit, but I think, you know, if you want to do that,
Sure.
we can
Yeah.
do that. Yeah, talk about potential length of meetings and potential need for expertise. If we add those 2 things to that heads up, that would be helpful. That make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I did have one thing.
Yeah.
This kind of thing. Evenings, just that.
Thank you. So Ken has a typo note for Ethan.
Yes.
Thank you. Ethan, anything else on this?
Just, Mr. Chairman, if you would, to give me some explicit marching orders on, the 2 line and what you want me to do as the next step with this document. I want to make sure I'm sending this to the right person, people on your behalf, and that I'm not getting ahead of you if you, because
No, I think your suggestion is correct. Any other thoughts? I think it's a good start. I mean, it'll be the first time we've done something like this and communicated with them, and I think we need to get in the practice of that anyway. There's another letter I need to suggest we look at here coming up, but not today. So are you good with the
Yes.
to and from on there? And we'll have Roger and I both sign.
Yes.
Fine with you? Okay. Make a motion to approve when you're ready, if you're ready. Okay. Thank you. Well, and we'll take public comments. So anybody online who has a comment, please raise your hand. Any public comment here? Okay. Nobody in the audience here or online has a public comment, so no public comment at this time. Motion to approve if you're ready.
So I'll make a motion to approve the modifications we discussed today.
Motion to approve by Ken with the suggested modifications.
Second.
Second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, approved. Thank you, Ethan. So just a quick note, the other letter I think we should get before us, and I think Ethan did draft a letter. I don't know that we've actually taken time to look at it, is a letter that would be from the board to the same parties, to the tribe and the state, urging them to consider building a facility for this operation, for this, and looking to the future, looking to possibly 2 or 3 years down the road to get something ready, that far down the road. So
Mr. Chairman, that is actually on your agenda today.
you have that?
If you wanted.
Oh,
Or we can sideline that as well.
Remind me, where did we have that?
That is, under item, 9, which would now, be item
I see.
10.
Okay.
I believe if,
No,
I got
thanks
the
for,
number 6 adjusted correctly.
I just didn't know that on my part. Thank you. So we will get to that. All right. That was 3.3, go to 3.4. So discussion, board bylaw compensation. So there's some proposed change here. So
Mr. Chairman, board members, trying to, make things a little easier on the board compensation submissions and respond to some feedback that I've, received. What I was, hoping the board would consider is, just adding this to your regular board business arrangement, which would, allow board members to walk in and just hand pieces of paper for all the meetings they've been into, something written, whatever form you wanted to give, staff when you came in to your meetings, and we could just put that right into a spreadsheet for the board members, and you could just have it done.
so basically a timesheet.
But yeah, the process, similar to the timesheet that you've got, but, easier, because I don't think that the Excel sheet was found to be very popular. And so I would like to try to do what I can to remove that, and then also maybe reduce the email arrangement that was trying to address some other issues, with some desire for transparency. And so talking to the state said, why don't you let the board consider, they would just add that as part of their regular board business. Come in at your regular board meeting, compensation would hand it right off. James or I will just quickly put it into the document for you, and this board can just act as a body and move those right.
Let me add to that suggestion. Maybe you actually have a form here in hand, so when you walk in the door, we can just actually just fill one out rather than, because for example, in my own case, I don't have a printer at home. I wouldn't be able to print anything out. I would have to just put it on the back of a napkin or something and bring it in.
And furthermore, Mr. Chairman, we will probably be so bold as to try to speculate what your expenses are, and maybe just have something for you to look at and say, yep, that looks like what I did. And I'm trying to take some of the challenge out of that.
Trying to simplify that. So, okay, board members. Thoughts, comments, and I think, Rich, you made a comment that I'm not sure if I heard right, but as the acting board member, as far as I'm concerned, and as far as the rules go, I think you would be compensated for our meeting. So you would need to go ahead and apply for that time as under the rules right now. Well, that's between you and the tribe, but if you're certainly welcome to.
Oh, I have.
Yeah.
And as I was trying to promote here, I can just add your meetings to the next sessions list like this, if you just tell them to.
That, the email Excel was working for me. I don't know if it was on your end, but
Ms. Smees, you were not one of the ones that did not like it, and you were good at it, and it was easy for you, I think, and we could still take that. If that works for you, you can still keep handing them over that way, and I'll be happy to do that, but just trying to find something a little easier.
And it works for me, it's mostly just remembering. Because I look back and I see that we had an October 3 meeting, I should have put something in for that, I don't think I did yet. So by the time.
Mr. Chairman, I did put the October 3rd meeting in for you here. If the board moves in this direction, and I also changed, board member Pitt and board member Nobles, they had both submitted October 25th meetings, but not the 3rd. We canceled the 25th meeting, so I changed information accordingly. Do cautiously look at my edits of your efforts, but the idea here is that maybe I could take a little more, in this forum, I could take a little more active role in helping you figure out an easy way to get this stuff submitted. But again, I don't want to overstep my station, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, guys. More thoughts? I mean, the suggestion is that I think to help simplify that process. Good with that, Georgia? Ken? Robert? Okay, I think we're good with that. Do you want action on that or is consensus fine?
Mr. Chairman, board members, this is modification of bylaws, and I do think that it requires action, and then the follow-up would be your, then approving the compensation plan.
Okay, so the modification of bylaws is what we have in hand here.
Yes, sir, and I can read those through to you. There's two small amendments to the board positions where it assigns the board chair and the board vice chair to do these approvals, and this would just move things to a board action. So those would no longer need to be in there. And then there's one paragraph under the board compensation request procedures under 5.5 that we will change this email arrangement that had been listed out before to just adding this to the board's agenda. The timelines in here are generous, but like the applications that our office sees, we will you're going to be happy on how fast things get turned around. I guarantee you. We have a little miss though. We have a little bit of a chopper with them.
Okay, item 1, we have suggested amendment to the board bylaws here, language changes to the board bylaws. Comments, suggestions? Questions?
I just got one
Roger.
other comment that I know Teresa had some heartburn with this and I wound up having heartburn with it too, but on page 3, the second sentence on from the top, submissions will be made within 10 calendar days following the end of each month. I guess we wound up getting in time crunches, so maybe we should make that 10 working days or 15 working days or something.
Well, that's a good point, because that language then is a little inconsistent with the language below that we'd be approving 20 calendar days.
That is the amount of time that we would have. Mr. Chairman, board members, what would just take those all those timelines out, just say you'll submit it. Does that work for the board? Strike the last sentence and starts with submissions and ends with month.
I'm good with that.
Then I mean, I am in fact,
Proposal to
I'm
strike that.
already in violation of the bylaw myself with what I've done for some submissions to take care of some past business here anyway, so, you know, we can just get rid of those timelines. I'm sorry to talk too much, Mr. Chairman, but if the board decides at a later date that they're, dissatisfied with time in which their compensation claims are getting handled, you could then come back to this bylaws and propose something harder.
So we'll strike, so the proposal will strike that last line at top of the page says submissions will be made within 10 calendar days following the end of each month. Strike that. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay. George, you good with that? Ken? Okay, Shane, okay. And then are you good with maintaining the language that's suggested below in red?
With this change, Mr. Chairman, board members, you could also strike the first sentence of the proposed changes. And then just once the compensation forms are submitted and organized.
Okay,
What about if I was thinking, you leave the first part of the sentence, the OE will compile the submitted compensation request period, and then strike the rest of it.
okay. So suggested to strike the last half of that sentence
Strike within 20 calendar days.
within 20 calendar days following the end of each month.
Yeah.
Strike that. Georgia, good at that? Ken?
Change all to the,
Yeah,
All to the. Any thoughts, Rich?
Kind of watching you on here.
Pleasure.
Yeah.
We're good. All right. Public comment. Before we take any action. This is an amendment to.
If anyone online wants to comment, raise your hand, I'll like to speak. Seeing no public comment.
Public comment, in person or online at this time. So we'll take a action to approve the amended bylaws.
okay, I'll make a motion to approve Article 4 board positions and committees as amended today.
And Article 5 board compensation.
Article 5, yeah.
Okay, so a motion by Roger to approve, as including our suggestions here. Changes to Article 4 and Article 5 of the board bylaws. Motion heard. Second by Ken. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. Okay, now, did we need to do something with this now?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, board members, yeah, if you just approve the compensation, I'll move them to payroll and you get paid.
Take a look at yours. There's no problems. We'll get them approved.
And I do apologize, Mr. Chairman, board members, I did not realize the font was gonna turn out like this, and I was juggling a few things and sat down in the meeting and looked at it and was like, that's unfortunate, but I'll do better.
And had I submitted for September? Because I thought I did, but maybe I missed.
Mr. Chairman, you have September 7th, September 26th, and October 3rd.
Yeah, I see the 7 and the September meetings. Did I submit those or did you just put them in here?
You did submit
That's what I thought.
September
Okay.
7th and September 26th.
Yeah, okay.
And
October 1 I missed. Yep. All right, good.
So I don't understand this. I guess, are we just? So I'm just looking at mine. I have a whole litany of things there that December 23rd, 2023, that hasn't even happened yet. So I don't get what's going on here.
The auto fill date got me on the year. This is to fix that previous December submission that you got a check for, Mr. Vice Chair, but the check never got cashed. And so we're trying to go back and fix that for you.
Okay,
So that, and this is, I took you resent your, previous, submission. And then I screwed up, I put the wrong year on it, vice chair, apologies.
All right.
Good catch.
I just
Yeah,
couldn't
that-
figure out what you were doing.
It's fair, it's a fair question, it's vice chair.
So-
Yeah.
Your crystal ball's better than my crystal ball.
That's okay. Does that, is the information on here correct then? Does something need to be changed?
Well, I think those were submittals in 2022. The check, I guess it got lost in the mail or something, because I never got it, so I never cashed it.
We are aware that the check was never cashed, and the payroll, was like, hey, there's a check out in the world that hasn't been, it's past the 6 month, nobody will cash it for you. Anyway, if you still had it in your back pocket,
But you've terminated that check anyways, I thought.
you don't have to after 6 months. I did go to the bank, on a special trip just to do it, and they told me I did not have to, but, anyway, it was thoroughly handled. One way or
So
Alright.
we're good.
Yeah, yes, and I will make the year adjustment, and I apologize, that was my oversight.
Just so I'm clear, what are you making your adjustment to?
The December dates that are for Vice Chairman Noble's
Should all be twenty
submission
twenty-two?
should all be 2022.
Okay.
And the reason that they're in here, just to help everybody understand, is that was a submission from a long time ago.
Yeah.
Something happened with the check. I'm trying to get, Vice Chair flush on his compensation.
Okay.
That's the same for me.
You're missing a check?
No, I'm not missing the check. This is September 19th, 2023. I thought I got paid for September. I might be wrong.
I don't think I did that. I'll double check though.
Okay.
I'm really quite sure I didn't. You submitted it. You just didn't ever get paid. Yep. And I will, Mr. Pitt, I will definitely double check and make sure, that Marie will, she'll tell me. She's pretty good on that stuff.
So you want us to sign this?
And sign it, this board just takes an action,
We'll just-
it's
we'll
not
just
long.
take-
Yeah,
take
the whole point of this is to try to expedite things,
Yeah.
so you just take an action, as a body, and your compensation rolls forward, and you don't have to, and I'll do, like I said, it's my first time with this.
So Ken, you're good with it,
Yes.
with the exception of him double checking that one? Okay. For the record,
Yes.
okay. Georgia. Roger, you good? And, after yesterday and today's meeting, as long as we have Rich on board, we'll make sure he's included, and Shane.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we can compensate the federal member, if that was what you just told me. I think that's actually what the ordinance.
You're free? Oh, man.
Not my choice or my suggestion or anything here, just to.
All right, with that, any public comments on this?
Anyone online, please?
Of course, we didn't show it to the public, but if anybody has a question and wants to see this, is online, raise your hand. Okay, no raised hands for anybody online. In-person audience has no comment at this time. Motion to approve with the changes noted.
So moved.
Motion by Roger, second by Georgia, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you, Ethan, for walking us through that.
Everybody got their Christmas bonus.
Okay, 3.4, we just did that.
And 5.
That letter of partnership for 3.5 submissions, okay, we did that.
We've got 6.
Other board business. Anybody have anything? Okay, board business cards, what do we got?
Did you put the card template up and,
I did print out the packet.
oh, and there's a printout in your packets, the shared board members' question is at hand, do board members want cards? Do these cards look good enough for your employees? James Briggs, we owe this endeavor to, and we did borrow a little from the Montana DNRC platform on the water conversion table that will be on the back of cards. So we're prepared to move forward with our office to have these unless somebody saw something that they thought looked tragic. And we can also create cards for board members. You don't have to decide right now, but you can decide right now. It's up to the board. I don't think this is a big, this is almost ministerial, I think. So if you were to have some sort of a consensus on some number of folks who might want or do not want a card, we can happily add you or not add you to the order.
I have a couple of questions. It's on Anna's card, why is it,
Yeah, that was one mistake, yeah, here, the email address,
yeah,
my fault.
okay. The other question, actually suggestion, in the very first 2 lines, I think it would be better if they're centered.
The very first 2 lines centered. Okay.
The second one's not centered under the top one, for example. I think that's what he's getting
Yeah.
at. They're both left indent.
That's it.
All right. We will center the top line.
George, are you good at that? Roger? Okay, good. Rich?
Yep.
Okay. And what was the email correction?
Anna's email has the C box, copy and paste error. They are a minimum order of 100 a time, I believe it is, and about $30 for 100. So if any of you want cards, all you gotta do is say yes. Okay.
Okay, the 3 of them have an extension and you don't. Is there, you need one?
Nope.
Okay, all right. With those, suggest before we go to vote, any other comments?
I might want some, but I won't know for a month.
Understood.
Well, so let me ask, so board members, do you want them with your names on them, or might I suggest we do one, a generic one that says board member that we could all just use? Have,
I like that idea. That we have long-term use. I can't remember the last time I had to end up this card, so I don't anticipate needing any, but it would be nice if they were generalized.
if you had a few in hand, if you travel the world, you can hand them out if you need to. That's one suggestion. Ken, do you want some with your name on it?
I'm okay with it.
Okay. Roger,
Generic's fine.
generic's fine. Shane? Rich, you want one in gold embossed for yours? With your name,
Sure.
3D printed, yeah, just maybe a generic one that the
Maybe with
board
a
could
hologram.
use, and it would be for whatever board member, and if you could just says
Yeah.
reservation board member, and then in terms of do you want your phone numbers on the car, a phone? You want just the office number,
Yeah.
contacts?
Sure, and Mr. Chairman, board members, we could leave a little space in there, so if you wanted to jot down your email or your phone number or somebody
Sure.
else's email and phone number.
As we hand them out.
As you hand them out,
Yeah,
we'll try to do something like it. Thank you, Mr. Brooks.
that'd be fine. All right, with that, any public comment? Do you want a business card?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
There are two people in this audience who have asked me specifically for business cards, so we will have.
All right, anybody online?
In short
Any
order.
questions about our business card?
No public comment online.
No one's coming. Okay, with that, and with those suggestions and comments, motion to approve, please.
I move that we approve the board business card.
Motion by Georgia,
Second.
second by Ken, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members.
All right. We took care of 3.6 and 7. Update on state-based registrations. DNRC is listed here, so we have somebody online that's gonna do that.
Mr. Chairman, board members, I just got some information about this particular agenda topic. My understanding is that Kathy Schubert's gonna handle both of those items. Okay, and but she is not quite available.
Item 4 and 5. So we can hit pause on those and come back to them.
If the board would wait until 2:30 to reconvene on those two items, apologies about.
Well, whenever she's ready, just flag us and we'll try to squeeze that in. So
So
that puts us to actually item number 7 on your agenda says water engineer report. Water engineer, and I believe that's even.
yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I was trying to sit down, let somebody else talk. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Board members, thank you. The first item that we could go over is the water rights work, and you'll have a paper that looks a little like this here. Maybe you can pull the water rights report up. And this is just your standard update. You're probably a little out of order since we moved the work session out, but this just let you know where we're at to date on forms received, and you'll notice that our issued number is growing, and we're excited about that. And we've tried to list some of the fees received in here to give an idea of how the office is doing on that front as well. Stand for questions if you have any.
'22, we got nothing in December.
That's what it looks like.
Well, if we took a break.
And we have seen it slow down a little finally here, I think, so. Going to catch up. These folks are interested in some different kinds of applications now.
Comments, questions? So the overall monthly rate is increased though. In 23. That was 22. George, anything? Ken? No. Roger? Okay? No. Rich? All right, then if we can move on? Yep. Okay.
All right, Chairman, we can do this. If you will.
Oh, a budget. You.
Got one more here, sorry, Rich. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Frank, if you could, open up that other file and, the one that's in boards, accounts. To start with. Mr. Chairman, board members, if you don't mind, can I talk to you about some budget stuff?
Let's do it.
All right. Right here, I have a spreadsheet that's a little different than any ones that I handed out to you. And obviously you can have this, but I don't think it's essential beyond what we're gonna just talk about here for a second. And but what you're gonna notice here is that there's two accounts that are listed. The top one you covered up the top. And if you double click on one, like the home page, it'll open up more of the window. Yeah, go to the home, double click on that. There you go. Thank you. So the upper account is the board's appropriation account, and it is an interest earning money market account. And you'll notice under the little green items are two bouts of interest that has been earned off of the account since its inception. The other thing I'm going to try to draw your attention to here is that the money, the appropriations that we got for this current fiscal year came in to us on 9/8 and 9/7. And those, according to the funding agreement, were appropriations for July 1st to June 30th. And one of the interesting challenges that I'm having to figure out with the budget is how to handle a bit of a mismatch in fiscal years, transfer dates, and things like this. And so I think I have a pretty solid approach that can be had given our current situation. And this is the direction I'm headed, and I need the board to tell me something different if they don't like it. But what I intend to do at this point is to read that July 1st to June 30th funding is actually the January 1st to December 31st funding for fiscal year for us, which is defined in the bylaws as calendar year. So we'll be really starting into that budget transfer, here in January. Now, because of interest, vacancy savings didn't happen, things like that, we're able to sort of work our way into that new calendar year with our existing funds without a whole bunch of hassle. And I will tell you the reason that this is important is that you'll notice that our operations account on the 9/11 date was down to 91,529. Had we gone on a more ambitious build out of staffing and other things, we might have found ourselves in a little bit of hot water for the lag time on the funding cycle. Understandable. The state and the tribes both try to juggle a complicated new set of affairs on money transfers, and we're an odd entity to give money to. So because we're just sort of a new government entity, it may happen faster or differently in the next transfer. But what I'd like to do is not have to worry about it and have a really nice fat buffer between this July 1st start of a fiscal date and what I'd like to just establish as our January 1st fiscal date. The other reason it is important is because our accountant does not want at all to work on July 1 to June 30th. Now, of course, we can probably convince her differently, but most of her tools are oriented towards the calendar year for fiscal and taxes and all that kind of good stuff.
So quick,
Yes,
question,
sir.
so, maybe for board members and Ethan, the July 1 date would comport with the state fiscal year. But most other programs, especially where tribal dollars come from, and federal programs go off of federal fiscal year, which starts in October. You're suggesting and I think you said it's in maybe it's in our bylaws or the rules that we have to go to the calendar year, is that?
Our fiscal resolution, I believe, is actually where it's located, Mr. Chairman, and that does cite to the calendar year.
Okay.
And we got a lot of encouragement because I think a lot of these other organizations have their own accounting services internal, so it's a little easier for them to weave, and manage the difference between a calendar tax year and a fiscal year, and because of legislature appropriations or federal appropriations, those other staggering, timelines do make a lot of sense. But if you're getting it, we should adopt the October. I will shut up and let you make that point.
I don't know, I'm thinking about it, but I'm just trying to remember why we went to calendar year and as opposed to sticking with a federal fiscal year. I don't know if there's any concerns at all with our board members or questions, but that was just something that jumped out. But aside from that, I didn't have any issue.
We did discuss it quite a bit, and this was before we had this transfer issue, really, and we were kind of largely anchored into the fact that we had to use contracted services for accounting. But that said, if we need to switch some stuff around, this would be the right time to.
Functionally and practically, then you're comfortable with it, and you said our accountant is comfortable with it, and you can make this work.
I not only do I think I can make it work, I think it actually buys us a lot of safety by having some pretty fat timelines between when we would see money and when we need money. I would rather that be a larger amount of time so that if in the future there were some occurrences, we'd have a little bit more time to adjust, if you will. And in terms of the remainder of this year, I do think we're pretty close to being able to start off the new year with almost the full 1.3 million. We'll see. And if there is any error, we have a little bit of an option. This particular fiscal transfer included some one-time use money that could easily hold us over until next, July to October when the next transfer occurs. So we have that option there. Obviously, we've got revenue sources not previously thought of with the interest. I'm surprised that the next interest payment hadn't popped in yet. I sort of was really checking the day to see if it was gonna, but we've got that. There are application fees, which as you saw earlier, do make a difference. So that should help to push things forward. And then additionally, there's some concern, I think, from the state and the tribes that we have unused carryover funds. And with this type of an arrangement, I would be able to make a memo that explains our fiscal approach, which would give me plenty of time to take those, any extra, what appear to be carryover funds and apply them towards contracts and other services. Once I know that they're actually freed up.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're trying to balance the timing of the income versus the timing of the expenditures. And timing of the income and expenditures are offset. So we've got income coming in, so, you know, they're approving it in July, but we're not getting it until September. And
Again, not trying to be critical of
yeah, no,
state of
no,
the tribes.
just-
That's
just
not the
facts.
intent here. It's
yeah,
the
just fact.
situation that we have.
So is that balance, number, is that a running balance there? Is that?
So the balance reads in reverse chronological order. So the upper number is the balance as of the most, you know, just the 10/31 date there.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was going down. Our current balance is 1.214.
And of course, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, you have the tools on your phone to look at these numbers at any moment that you would.
I think it's 1.280, isn't it? Isn't the current balance with the last line, Ethan?
That is everything added together,
And
is
subtracted
the
out.
most recent numbers. Now, we do have substantial bills that I have managed in December. Some, you know, some hits, but like I said, I think I don't think we're gonna have all of the staffing up and running right at January, but we'll see how the rest of the discussion goes and what kind of a college try and give it.
So you've got, credit is your, two green is the interest.
Yeah, I just try to color code those and then add it together over to the right.
Okay.
To
So that's
let you get an idea of what that this particular bank account does. Now, I'm still trying to figure out what we have to deal with in terms of tax with the interest being a government instrumentality, but
On the top, it says 1.214, and then the bottom says 1.280. How do you get from 214 to 280? What am I missing?
the bottom number was the most recent of the of time, and then it includes both the operating and the appropriations budgets combined together, because there's you're still sitting on it.
For the 1.214 plus the 6.6 equals to the 1.280.
There you go.
So anyway, I just want to give you a little heads up as to what's out there right now, and we're sitting with fairly reasonable cash now. Mr. Frakes, if you could go to the
Before you move on,
Question.
Yes, sir.
off that, Ethan, so I'm looking at the operations expenses. So I only see 2 entries there. I take it the 9/11 is an accumulation for, when did that start?
The 9/11 entry is to demonstrate what our total capital we had available was when we got the appropriation transfer. It is meaningful to me to show us, you know, like, this is all we had available, you know, when this money came in. So if this money hadn't come in, this would have been our total operating. And so any billing, payroll, anything that would have been rolling in, and the reason that I have it in there is that you should probably know that I was very actively not spending money during that time to pause, because I did not know that the 9/8 and 9/7 dates were gonna be for sure, and, so I didn't want to get us, into the red on things, which again was a learning, measure for me to want to set up a forward going arrangement that's got a slightly bigger buffer window time. Excellent. Mr. Bright, if you could go over the operation. Yes, sir. So there's maybe make the projection column a little wider. I'm not sure why it's truncated up at the top, but I do have another sheet that has like the full funding agreement amounts, if you want to look at that. But what I've tried to do here instead is to just give you what our more real expenses are and put those juxtaposed to the actual appropriations that we received. And a lot of these are pretty close to spot on. These contracted services, obviously that's a slightly more predictable budget. And this is all based on an annual projection at this time. And so then when we get into the office section, you can see we've got rent, internet, and phones, electricity, and I'm sure something I misspelled in there, but you know, the intent here is to go through all this and see where we're sitting in terms of the appropriation that we were given. And if you'll scroll down a little, Mr. Briggs. You know, these are some redundancies, but especially their boxes just a little bit more. So here what we've got is that the appropriations from the state and the tribes for all of these office items, I just sort of conglomerated them into one pile because they weren't quite a one-to-one match on items, but we end up with 162, leaving us with a remainder, an operational remainder of almost 42 there. Now, please do understand that what I've tried to do here is provide a conservative operational budget. Do not think for a second that I cannot spend that 41.9. I absolutely can do that, but I again trying to make things a little conservative for our office operations is the intent right now. We also, as you scroll down a little bit, we got some money for mileage, travel, per diem. The left side of this ledger, the 18,000 and 13,501. Those are my projections, and they are very much predicated on what the state and the tribes had for the appropriated amount. And then there you can see the board compensation amount as well. So in totality for the operating projection, you know, I think we can really keep the lights on and keep things operational, including an increase in, you know, mailings and operational services as we get into some of the larger bulk work on water right issuances. And we have a little bit of this, got this buffer of 41,949, which again, I could eat that up with contract services or additional items pretty easily. That said, you know, if you want to ask me any questions, I'm happy to do what I can to answer, or we can move to the staffing array.
In either case, being able to compare the income versus the expenditures. I think you showed us the income prior. Be nice to get it all in one sheet. maybe not today, but think about it.
Yeah, yes, sir. What I kind of wanted to do is get us on an annual budget front, and then I'll immediately convert this into realized expenses, and unrealized expenses, which will be an expansion out to the right. But frankly, I kind of wanted to get your feedback a little bit on the direction that this was headed so far.
Okay, any comments on the operating side? Yeah. Go ahead. Roger.
I was just, Ethan, I don't understand where this $162,000 number came from.
Okay, sure. Could you, there's the Okay, these numbers here are the numbers right out of the funding agreement. And, and so we have, you know, the staffing that's in here. Sorry, I don't have the laser. Maybe that's why it's doing this. We get into the.
So is this what,
This-
is this what the appropriations people give you that? Right
This is-
here?
This is in the funding agreement that you signed. There's a page of, the most recent. And,
Okay, well,
so-
this is the first time I've seen it, so.
Okay, sorry. It took a while for me to get it too, but, these things here, which, count to the line items of the office setup and the office copy machine and the rent and maintenance, you know, frankly, they weren't quite perfectly aligned, so it was easier for me to just combine all those together and then put our office operationals, in, and that's where we ended up in the 162s that I just took there. Now, some of the things I have very much tried to keep separate and isolated, such as your compensation budget. There's some one-time money that's, I think that's listed at the bottom. If you scroll down a little bit more, the one-time money is listed there, 185,000. Again, that's not gonna recur the next fiscal year, but it is provide us with the opportunity to have a little buffer and get us into this new pursuit of, you know, kind of setting up our fiscal year on the calendar year fairly easily. Yeah.
So question,
Yes, sir.
so back to the idea of the funding agreement, and you said that the state and the tribe were making comments about carryover. Now, the funding agreement doesn't require that we go to zero sum at the end of the year, do we?
No, but we do have reporting requirements about carryover.
Oh,
And, you know, the state and the tribes were not explicit about it, but having worked in government for a lot of my
Yeah.
years, carryover is something that, you know, in tight budgets, carryover is not indicative that you need money. And we
well,
do need the
no,
money.
I get that. I don't think we're gonna have any problem spending the money. I just wanna make sure that, for example, the one-time expense, I mean, that's what made me think about it. If it's a one-time expense and we don't get to it that first year, it doesn't have to go back.
It does not, to my understanding, have to go back, and we would quickly just buy up a truck and some other, there's a list of things.
Yeah.
And, you know, and one of the items I'm gonna ask you to, you know, here in a minute to allow me to buy a Flowtracker, which is, I think, essential. You know, and that'll be right in that 185 right off the bat, so, anyway.
All right.
Do you wanna look at this,
So that was, Roger Shane, did you have?
So one, it was similar, but also you just mentioned Flowtracker. I was thinking of equipment. I see the vehicle. I was gonna ask about the vehicle. That's in the one time. How about insurance and things like that in future years? Maintenance for that vehicle? Is that in the annual operating budget?
yes, and you know, that will be something that's gotta come out of either that 40, you know, the 41,949 surplus that we have to the lean nuts and bolts annual operating budget, or we gotta, you know, go looking with a hat in the hand or something. Hope that the money market makes some more money, something like that. Something's gotta give a little. We'll do what we could to we could certainly, something like vehicle insurance. And some other things, we could pick it up with that extra operating projection dollar. But as I don't have it right now, I don't want to include it, just yet.
I thought that one-time expense was for the WRIS contracting.
There's different money for the WRIS contract,
Okay.
and we already have that.
But then so I don't understand, I guess, next year, the state and the tribe contribute the same amount. So the deficit there is the one time, isn't it? Or what's the deficit, difference between the 648 and the 663?
The state of Montana had some in-kind contributions
Okay,
to this package, and if that helps. I believe in the previous, the funding agreement before that, it was the other way around. The tribes had some in-kind contributions.
so do you have the previous year carryover built into this then somewhere?
Oh, well, so the only real money we had left over, once we got the new appropriations, was that 96,000 that I showed you on the actual Glacier bank account statement for 9/11, I think was the date. And that's, that's it. The previous funding agreement isn't quite as detailed out as this one. And so I just kind of rolling with this forward going one, as opposed to the one that was from before I was really here.
And there is a funding agreement between the state and the tribe. It's a 2-year.
Well, the funding agreement is between the state and the tribes and you guys.
Yeah, but
Just
it's 2-year.
it's a 2-year, and then the transfers are each year.
Yep.
So we got the first half of a 2-year cycle, and we are locked in as far as I am aware. If there's something really significant, we might be able to try to work with the parties to see if we could make an arrangement. But I'm certainly trying to just work with this 2-year brackets that I've got. Should I move on? I don't want to rush things here, but
Any other questions?
So you're gonna, in the future, you'll meld what you had here with this, so we'll get something that looks like this.
I have actually already done that. And so when you look at the projected operating expenses, if you go to the top of it, you'll see on the upper right 2 brackets, it says appropriation and balance. And then the actual projection, yeah, thank you. And so right here down at the bottom is where, that's where there's a difference between, our office's more tangible projected expenses and what was listed in the funding agreement as a proposed FRWMB budget. Excuse me. Is that what you meant, right? I'm not sure.
Well, it's kind of what I meant. I guess I would still, can you flip back to that previous one? So this kind of, to me, is a good example of an operating budget. It has your expenses and your revenues and the balances. So I just thought maybe if we had a column to the right that mimicked those, then we could kind of compare with, and if it was a monthly one or running total, then we could see how our budget's doing.
And that is in the works. And that would be taking this one step farther and adding the difference between the projected and the realized expenses, and to show what we had left over. But I really needed to get the primary structure set up in advance, and especially as it comes to the staffing portion.
Okay.
All right, work in progress. Good. That's good. Thank you. Any other comments?
If you go to the staffing projection. The staffing projection, if we were to try to, there's been some subtle changes to what the tribes in the state had in their projection. And I still need to do some work to get things to pan out, frankly, because what we had with the listed staff doesn't, you know, what we've learned here in running this office is that the indirect costs, especially for certain positions, are higher than what the state, you know, realizes, and a lot of that's because of health insurance and other things. In this particular arrangement, which is obviously a draft, what I've tried to do is take all of the positions that I see us being able to have and add benefits in, add indirect costs, and then also try to provide something of a tool so that we can decide what the most appropriate next steps will be for this. Now, the orange, that's the actual appropriation lines that came from the funding agreement for these staff positions. The water engineer projected payroll and an indirect amount. And then, you know, so those are what we're allowed. And then you apply some benefits, retirement, indirect from Social Security, Medicare, unemployment, workers' comp. That's about 11%. In most cases, a little bit less really, but important amount to factor into things. These are, we've got some individual family, other types of benefits. I will say that in the case of this particular projection, I had offered to guess high in that the inclusion of health insurance at, you know, family level always costs more than health insurance at individual levels. There are different tiers depending on what an individual employee's arrangement is or is not. And so what we have here is a conservative approach that would overestimate what the benefits would be, as if everybody who came in was going to do, you know, pay some out of their own pocket to match it for family and the whole shebang.
So those, I can tell you, are a little high, definitely. My meetings with Adele and other insurance providers, some of those dental, vision aren't light. Those are all pretty elevated, but my last meeting with Adele, she was still waiting to get final Blue Cross Blue Shield numbers for 2024. So she was reticent to give me the 2023 numbers because they're gonna raise. So we should have those shortly, and then we can plug those in.
Well, we get it for 2024 calendar year.
Yes.
So we match the calendar year planning that
Yeah.
we're doing.
And we'll have quotes from 3 different providers. So we'll definitely have a health insurance agenda item.
So we can tighten those numbers up
Yeah.
when that comes in. Good.
And these are from, this is a compilation of information from the same 3 providers. But certainly the 2024 numbers are going to be important, but so will getting engaged in contracts, and this can hit the ground in January. You know, that's going to be essential for some of us who run out of COBRA benefits and other things. So that said, though, the other thing to really scrutinize here, if you'll let me, so we had the water engineer, and then the second one that's listed is the a hydro 2 position. That's listed at more of a potential salary range. That is Mr. Frakes' position. He's working into that. So there'll be some, you know, a little bit of savings until he's fully realized that particular position. Then we end up down in the Water Resource Specialist 2 position. That would be Christie's position there. Then we move into 2 separate contracts that I expect to be active and moving forward, and all those are listed as active. So we've got Anna's position in here, and then we have picking up a renewal of the existing contract that we have right now through DNRC, that we're going to try to perpetuate that with a slightly different arrangement, with just direct contract instead of using DNRC as a pass-through. Then we have 2 positions that would be eligible to be hired. One is listed as a CT to Water Resource Specialist 2, which is like kind of set up as a training position, but we'd be happy to hire a Water Resource Specialist 2 right off the bat. You know, as of right now, the hourly rate is a little bit lower than I'd want to use for a Water Resource Specialist 2. And then the last position on the list, and you'll know that the 2 positions that are here are primarily here because I have 2 workstations. I don't have a 3rd workstation here in this building right now, but I do have an arrangement for the contractors to come and go as needed, but not need a more permanent arrangement like these last 2 positions would be. Now the final position is a hydro 3, which would be equivalent to either senior surface water hydrologist or a hydrogeologist. You know, whether or not we can find somebody in that realm, I don't know, but I certainly think it's probably worth advertising and trying to see if we can solicit somebody. But these last 2 positions are the ones that are gonna wiggle around a little bit in terms of, yes, sir.
Yeah, what we found, I mean, like looking at your hydro 3 is, even if we do find somebody that's what we need, then just the housing, the local housing is non-existent for affordable housing. Then my other question is CT, what is that again?
That is a term used by the DNRC. It's called, as a compliance technician.
Okay.
And a compliance technician is the general job of that person is they're the frontline office, receiving everything from mailed applications and kind of, you know.
You probably said that, I just didn't hear you.
No, I didn't. I've just totally throwing acronyms around like it as if everybody should know. And
CT, I was thinking CAT scan or.
yeah, no CAT scan positions for us yet. Who knows? But anyway, this is kind of where we're at. Obviously, Roger, you know, the benefit stuff will wiggle around a little bit, and the availability of who's going to apply and wiggle around a little bit. This does lead us into a proposal that even though we see this this deficit, I mean, one thing's pretty great is that we have 5 positions that are pretty locked up, and that's huge. You know, the other thing is that, you know, we'll have to just kind of see what is available and manage that deficit a little bit, and try to figure out how we wanted to fly and advertise these jobs. And at this point, I'm standing here looking for some direction and happy to follow through with something if you like it, or make some changes.
With all of the detail in this personnel worksheet, that's good. So as we move toward a sort of a budget summary, if you will, showing operation expenses, income, balances, that we try to include a personnel summary on that same.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Presently, until we got the benefits arranged, I thought this was
Sure.
prudent to expand on it so that we could try to list the things and get them nailed down. That kind of matches some direction I got about a desire to have a detailed operating budget. And then once we get that in place, we'll be able to take this and do payments for realized expenses monthly.
Super. Questions? Is there something on the personnel side? I just kind of reading between the lines here. Is there something on the personnel side that you're wanting from us today?
Mr. Chairman, board members, I have additionally for you some older documents that have been in front of the board, some job descriptions. And I'm not sure where you want to go, but I think we should try to hire somebody.
So I guess that looks like your next item on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
But before we leave the budget, one suggestion I'd make is maybe at the end of the year, we're gonna run on calendar year basis. You could have the accountant prepare a balance sheet for us with these line items, and then we can look at that as a 2023 view of what happened. So, and that'd give us something to move forward with for 2024. So that's, it'll be get done.
That's a baseline.
Yeah, it'll get done after all the expenses and everything comes in. It won't be available till January or February. But I would recommend you put that on your radar screen and be working with the accounting contractor.
Yeah, and so that is part of the brokerage services. Of course, it'll be a little diminished because we do have these retirement benefits realized for 2 employees, but we don't have any of these other benefits to kind of hang our hat on. So, but I will certainly show all of those detailed accounts. I'll have one spreadsheet that's more detailed than you're ever going to want, and then I'll dumb it down for an annual summary, which is also a requirement of the funding agreement.
Yeah.
Let's say simplify.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And the accountants do that all the time. They just plug that into their programs and spit it out.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. All right. So Georgia.
Just one comment. I like that idea, and I'm gonna be very helpful, and I would just recommend that the board be given the budget is a week in advance. So,
yeah.
All right. So Ethan, do you want to talk a bit more about possible positions and hiring?
If the
You guys ready to hear that?
Yep.
Yep. All right.
So, Mr. Chairman, board members, you saw kind of the list. I've got more job descriptions than I have money for probably. And, really would like to fly and advertise for at least 2 positions. And the question is, what does the board want to prioritize at this time? I can.
So the two you'd be talking about are the two that are on this list that are pending?
Yes, sir. Yeah, and those are proposed. Okay, and we could swap the hydrologist for another.
What's your
water-
priority?
Sorry,
What would your priority be?
you're looking at it. I would try to apply this the way that it looks. I can always hire a less experienced person in that hydrologist role and, you know, take care of some of our staffing issues and set them into a training position. And then I would like to do what was proposed on there, which is to apply the other position as a compliance tech / water resources specialist and cast a fairly broad net and see who applies and what opportunity we have to pick somebody up and maybe somebody who doesn't have any water right training, we can train them. Or if for some reason there's somebody who does have some water right training and they're excited to work here at this office, we would have that option as well.
And given that you've got 3 position descriptions though in the packet,
Yes, sir. Okay. They're really more of one of them does have a small, it says job description. We started off all these things, excuse me, position descriptions. And then what we kind of moved towards is that we started using these job descriptions for characterizing multiple tiers of the same position. And so the idea here is that once we apply an advertisement and we see who's out there, find out, you know, if we get a hydrologist, are they a level 1, level 2, or level 3? And then we would custom tailor I don't mean like we custom tailor it to their accommodation, but based on their experience and skill level, we're setting them up with the position description that is specific to level 1, 2.
all right, so which one of these would apply to the CT WRS2?
I would keep both of these. The one that says job title, water resource specialist, and job title, compliance tech. I would just have both of those listed for a single advertisement, depending on qualifications.
How would an advertiser work with both of these job descriptions?
I would apply the position as we're looking for somebody with water right experience or an ability with some technical skills that could be trained. And send that out with a range of pay or leave it silent, compensation based on experience and qualifications.
Okay, I still need a little clarification. So we're talking 2 different positions here, kind of 2 job descriptions here, and one item on the budget.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, and I would apply that and say we are trying to hire an either or.
So you'd advertise, so when you advertise, you'd be advertising 2 different job descriptions.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
I understand it's an either or, but if you got applications from good candidates, could it be both? Or would the budget not allow it this year?
Mr. Chairman, board member, Sneeze, I certainly do something like that, and both of these do have salary modifiers based on certain, I call it a pay boost for specific skill sets. And so if you really, I mean, if you came in with water right experience, you're gonna find yourself in the water resource specialist role. If you have none, you're gonna find yourself over in the compliance tech role. However, one, can lead to the compliance tech position can certainly lead to, the water resource specialist, because you'll be getting a ton of water right experience in this office. And then also right off the bat, if you've got, business management, budgeting, budget projections, website administration, design management, database administration, management and design, computer IT management services, including, those are all absolutely eligible things that I would do, a pay boost for, depending on what I can find and what people are looking for. Does that help?
It does. The genesis of my question is I have several talented students that are set to graduate this year. Or they could even start soon. So I was just thinking that I have a talent pool I could recommend to these, and I think they would have the qualifications for it.
That sounds excellent.
So Ethan, going back to your budget thing, I guess you've got 5 active positions, but we really only got 4 active positions.
Yeah, and so, in, 2024, in February, we're gonna pick up, continue on with the contract. We do actually have a 20-hour-a-week employee who we pay through, the DNRC as a pass-through. And that is part of the state's in-kind contribution. And, we intend to, pick her up under contract.
Okay, so I'm just trying to come down. Obviously, the first position is your position. So the Hydro 2 or WRS 2, which one of those is James?
That's the Hydro 2 is James.
Okay, so then WRS 2, that's still
That's Christie.
okay. Okay, I got it now.
And you said 4 because really 3 3/4 because it's quarter FTE and half FTE.
Yeah. Okay.
In terms of FTEs, yeah. So what you would ultimately be advertising, is actually all 3 of these positions, 2 job description, 1 position description, right?
I would be flying a job for a hydrologist, and then I would be flying a job for a water resources specialist / compliance technician,
Depending on.
depending on qualification.
Right.
And frankly, if I didn't get any hydrologists to fly and I just got 2 water resources specialists, I'm probably gonna hire them.
You'd be happy.
I mean,
Yeah, not
and I'm not trying
not
to.
ecstatic, but you'd hire,
Yeah, I'm not trying to make it overly complicated, but I just,
Yeah.
I need to meet some people.
No, got it. So, yeah, question.
So just a check on the staffing array for the CT to the WRS 2. You're using the $22 an hour. Should that be more of maybe the upper end of the list? Position of 30?
Yeah, I mean,
For the budget.
Just from a budget perspective.
it's totally accurate, but I'm kind of in this rock and hard spot because our indirect right now is already high. And so, now the cool thing about this spreadsheet is that when you change that, it broadcasts. And so, first of all, like
It adjusts everything.
right in here, these benefits broadcast to all of the rest of it. And so we can go in and we can play, the balancing game based on what the applicant pool is, but
So from a budget perspective, you're shooting kind of a median hourly wage, not necessarily the high end.
right. And, and depending on what we find, we might have to come up with some creative solutions here, because we don't have enough to do it even as it's listed right now.
Yeah.
So that everybody's got to recognize that negative $87,102 in the upper right means something. It's something significant right now. And so I'm trying to, you know, get us through the hoop, but, you know, do what we could, so. That doesn't really make any sense, I'm sorry.
And part of where you'll make that up is going into the new budget year.
No, for this one, to make up the 87, we either have to redirect operational surplus, redirect application fees, redirect money market interest,
Okay,
or reduce some of the other
you're just,
prospective higher.
you're just not there yet.
I won't be able to be there until we find out what we have available.
Yeah, Roger.
Okay, I guess I'm all for procuring more staff. I have no question about that. I guess since day one, I've been an advocate for hiring a hydrogeologist because that's different than a hydrologist. And if you're gonna have two hydrologists, then you're gonna have nobody that's familiar with groundwater concepts and science. So I see, you
Depends on
know,
the hydrologist,
well, yeah. But I like,
but I get your point.
okay, so right now you've got James as a hydrologist and within that salary range, so. I guess rather than be redundant and hire another hydrologist, I would like to see this PD explicitly written for a hydrogeologist.
Hydrogeologist or hydrologist, with an emphasis in groundwater.
Okay, I'll go with that.
For both?
Yeah,
I mean, I think, you mean, your focus on to get the emphasis on groundwater.
Yeah.
Because there are groundwater hydrologists and hydrogeologists, but I get your point.
yeah, we're gonna
But
need,
what do you think we can do there?
This has the hydrologist 3 has that intention to solicit, and the outreach would say, you know, the first word it'll say in the position will be hydrogeologist, but it'll also ask for
Make
senior.
it clear that we're focusing on groundwater.
Yeah, but I mean, if we don't get any hydrogeologist that applies and some really good surface water hydrologist applies, I'm probably gonna send them to groundwater school.
There
And,
are hydrologists who specialize in surface water. There are hydrologists who specialize in groundwater. There are hydrologists who know both. That's
Yeah.
my only point. You may get one, so, all right.
But I will put, Mr. Vice Chairman, the first word in the position will be hydrogeologist.
I guess I'm a little concerned about that salary range being so broad too. 31 to 55, that's enormous. I mean, at $55 an hour, that's what the governor's salary is.
Yeah, I
With
think,
benefits and
you know, if we
everything
end up with super hydrologist who's both surface water and groundwater and got a lot of experience.
I mean, if I can interject.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what we're seeing in the marketplace right now,
Yeah,
is, that's what the market's demanding. Some of our positions are lower than this, and we're not getting anybody to apply. They might call and they talk to us and they don't apply. I mean, the private sector is so much better right now for them. And they're just not leaving that to come and work for a job. Or work in the rural environment.
The hydrogeologists that applied that I've seen, like from the water environmental place that Dodge is familiar with, they're getting as high as 150.
Yeah.
And so if I seem like I'm gonna try to have a fallback plan, it's predicated on looking at a whole lot of the existing job advertisements that are out there right now. And happy to take on somebody if they show up, and you gotta love to have a hydrogeologist. Got a good spot for them, give them a nice computer.
the last thing I'll say is we got a lot of empty positions, vacancies within our tribal division of engineering and water resources that we need. And we advertise far and wide, Seattle, Idaho, Washington, everywhere, and nothing.
Okay.
It's,
We're seeing that at the college too. I think the tension that we have as a board, I think, would love to get everyone's input. We have the reality of a budget we need to work with. But we also have the reality of a community we have to work with. Based on 2023 numbers, in order to live in Lake County, you need to make $70,000 a year. Most of the people I know do not make that. And that's the tension we have. And it's a difficult space to be, whether you are an employee looking for a job or an employer looking to hire. And I don't know the answer.
2020 census, the average family of Florida County was 38,000. And change, that was the income guidelines.
Roger, how you feeling?
I think with those modifications, I'm ready to move forward.
Remind us of the modifications.
Just
Focus on groundwater.
yes,
Okay. So with that, any other comments before we take a vote? Roger,
yes, I guess I'll make a motion to.
well, before we take a vote, any other comments?
No.
Shane? Okay, public comment.
Anyone online with their committee comment, raise your hand, I'd like to speak. I'm seeing no comment online.
Okay, with no comments present at this time, no public comments present this time. We have a proposal to advertise these two job descriptions, one position description as discussed. And with the modification of focusing on groundwater in the advertisement for the hydrologist. Take a motion to approve if you're ready.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion by Rich to advertise these three positions as discussed with modifications discussed. Motion by Rich.
Second.
Second by Roger, all in favor? Aye. All right, go for it. Let's see what we get. Let's get it on.
Thank you, board members.
All right, I know we were gonna have a person join us, that we're gonna go back to, you said, are they ready?
Mayor, Mr. Chairman, I believe that they are ready.
Can we take 5-minute break? Whoops, 5-minute break and we'll come to them.
Your meeting, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I just need to eat a piece of candy. Thank you. And go to the bathroom.
I gotta go. Next Thursday.
You were such a great.
This is one of my questions.
Just that's why we need one. Well, yeah.
We're doing it now.
We gotta fly to fly with.
One says this.
I buy $500,000. We got the state grant that will apply for it in January.
Yeah.
Try to get some action funds that are
responsibility.
there.
It's complaints, persons and
Farming the Dell is.
whatever the other opposition. Yeah, but
Taking it over.
that's the way I.
I'm on the board.
It's not us to go out and do the water.
It's
They're just right now.
These people, see what you're saying.
Is a water bottle full?
Yes, you
They
are.
need to hire, they got a problem, they need to hire a consultant or an expert to come out and gather the data. Is that-
So the idea is if I think you're taking too much. It would be. You're obviously taking too much. Water rights. Yes, and they're easily to skip us.
We'll still have more individuals.
And it's.
I know what you're saying.
I don't, I'm just looking at DNR.
Right, so. I see. But our meetings are also meeting. You know, not necessarily collecting the data, but be capable.
But I don't,
Well, not necessarily compliant. Well, we are.
yeah.
We are
we ready?
It says you are muted still. Hello, 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 testing, testing.
I think it's good.
Okay, welcome back. Just a little break. So we're gonna bounce back to an item we had to skip earlier, so that our presenters would be ready. Item number 4 and 5 on the agenda, update on state-based registrations, DNRC. So who do we have?
Mr. Chairman, I did just recently receive a little news. Apparently there's not sure who's on first or who's on second about the state-based registration. So we're gonna skip that and we'll pick that up at your next meeting if you'll be kind enough to allow us to pass that on. But instead, Kathy Schubert is gonna be ready to give you a presentation that you requested on the water right information system project that your staff has been deeply engaged in coordination with the tribes and with the state of Montana. And 2 of the coordinators are here. Also, we got Ben and Amanda. And so I'm gonna be quiet now and see if we can let Kathy pick up. Can you hear us? And are you ready, Kathy?
I think so, as ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, thank you, Kathy. Welcome.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, board members, this is your first opportunity to meet one of your employees. So Kathy Schubert has been working half of her full-time, or 20 hours. She works on behalf of the board operations. The other half of the time she works for DNRC. She's retained her spot over at the Missoula Regional Office. But she has been a huge and much appreciated help on this WRIS thing. We would not have been able to be where we're at today without Kathy's help. I will shut up now. Thank you.
All right, Kathy, thank you for the record. So we're gonna postpone item number 4 to the next meeting. And we will carry on with the WRIS project update. And Kathy Schubert, welcome and take it away. And if you haven't met everybody, maybe very quickly, we can just say hi. Georgia, go around.
Hi, Kathy, nice to meet you.
Hi.
Kathy, I'm Ken Pitt.
Oops, I don't see who's talking.
He's over there. Our little hollow camera is gonna try to catch us, but that's Ken Pitt. I'm Clayton Matt.
Hello.
Hi, Kathy. Roger Noble.
Hi, Roger.
Good afternoon, I'm Shane Hendrickson.
Hi, Shane. Nice to meet all of you.
Good to meet you. Welcome, and floor is all yours.
Oh, well, thank you. So I've been involved, you guys call it the WRIS, so excuse me, but I call it just the database. But I've been involved in this project for over 3 years, actually from the very beginning of this whole project with DNRC. And I've worked for DNRC over 20 years, so been around the block a little bit when it comes to water rights and the database. So, but basically, I just want to kind of explain the process kind of that we're going through, and then I'll share my screen with you and kind of just show you what it kind of looks like, because you hear about the WRIS, but it's like, okay, what is it? But basically, we're taking the existing database that is now up and functional for DNRC, and we're walking step by step through every tab, every data field entry, and we're just walking step by step and trying to figure out where the changes need to be made so that we can accommodate, all the forms and what's necessary for the FRWMB. And we have a team that meets 2.5 hours twice a week. And we, identify these changes and we develop what we call stories, but they're really development stories. And that's the who, what, why, where, and when. I mean, we're telling the system what we need, when we need it, who needs it, what we expect the system to do, what kind of outcome we're going to get. So these stories can get pretty detailed. I have an example of a really simple one, but we write these stories, in our meetings, twice a week. And then the stories go to the developers, and then the developers will, develop them in what's called a test database. And then we'll do testing in that test database. And then once all the bugs are worked out and everything works like we want it to, then it will be put into the production database. And right now, as of today, I found out that we're 90% done with discovery in the build out. So that's like really a good sign. We do have loose ends, but Respect says we're 90%. So that's just in discovery. That's not the total build out or the development or anything. That's just in what we're identifying as needs to be done and have written those stories. And I heard that testing is going to start maybe next week, and there'll be short little stories and short testing, but that's a good sign too. And the Office of Engineers has access to the test database, but they don't have access at this point to the production database, and really, I mean, they can't enter any of their forms into the production database because, things aren't all connected. It's not built out yet. So, so hopefully when we get everything built out, they'll be able to enter into the production database. And the two big last hurdles that we have to work out and try to conquer is number one, the flathead system compact water, the lease water, how that's going to look in the database. We're not dealing with what the form looks like or what the process is or whatnot. I'm trying to deal with what it's going to look like in the database and, what is the end product going to be. And the other project is the TSR numbers, which we just kind of was a recent add-on or whatever, the title status report number in the database. The BIA and the tribes kind of requested that some water rights would have that TSR number on it. And so that TSR number has to be searchable in the database. So we're trying to figure out the best place to put that data field and how to make that TSR number searchable so that water resource specialists could go to the database, type in that TSR number, and then all the water rights pertinent to that parcel will pop up and we'll just have a nice list. And so we're just trying to develop the story on that now. It's like, what do we want in that list? What do we want to see? What don't we want to see? Where all these data fields are going to be. So we're working on that right now. And but once that story is written, I'm under the understanding that there will be a cost estimate kind of produced so that all the powers to be kind of know what this little section of the database development will look like. So that's kind of my recap, and I'll share my screen real quick with you. And so I hope I know things are hard to read. I don't know if you can see everything okay. Is it large enough, you think?
It looks good on this end. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So kind of like those stories that I was talking about, the development stories, I just kind of wanted to give you a progress of where we are now. There's 6 stories in ready, and you can see there's 6 little bullet points here. And these probably don't mean much to you, but I'll show you a picture and then all this will make sense. But this is kind of a sample of what our development stories are. And this is just for the events tab when we enter an event into the database. And this is, like I say, the nuts and bolts. We're telling the system who, what, when, where, and what we want as a response. And this is a very, very simple story. I try to get, some of them get very lengthy, but we have, just to give you the recap, we have 6 stories in ready. We have 2 in progress. We're working on all of the reports, and by a report, this is what we call a report. This is the end product. People call it a certificate, people call it a permit, people call it whatever, but these are the end reports. And believe me, James has done a great job. Well, everybody's done a great job on all of the remarks. We've had to go through and say what remarks go on each different type of report. All of this has to be designed So, we're doing a great job on that, and that's in the works, is, designing all those reports. And as you can see here, there was approximately 33 of them, and there'll probably be more, but it's a lot of work, huge amount of work. And James and everybody has just done a great job at putting those together. One story's already developed. It's the payment accordion, but there's 4 stories in ready for UAT testing, and that's the user. I don't know what the A stands for, but that's user testing. So we have 4 that are ready to come out, and we'll be receiving emails from Respect pretty soon to all the testers to go into the test database and actually test out these stories and make sure everything is working like it should. And we've got 14 stories in backlog, and then we've got the TSR story and the lease water story to accomplish. And just to give you an idea, this is kind of a picture of the database, and this is where they get the WRIS from up here, which, like I say, I just call it the database. But each one of these, when we go through the database, each one of these tabs, we had to go through each one and make sure what kind of changes need to be made, to accommodate FRWMB's forms, their types. There was over 16 water right types that we had to do. So, you can see it just goes on, and then we go into the version. All of this had to be looked at. Then we've got pointed version that has tons of information, data fields. We've got, latitude and longitude on here, which the Office of Engineers requires, with some of their forms. But whatever needed to be, revised, we just kept going step by step, and we write stories for each one of these. So, yeah. And then, final, all the buttons, we had to attach what report went with what type of water right. And yeah, so it's a lot of work, but we're getting there. I think we've made really great strides. And here you can search water rights. There's where you enter contacts, ownership updates, each different category, the cases and hearings, all of our code tables, the formatted remarks, the mailing jobs. All of this had to be gone through, and we had to revamp wording, to fit whatever the Office of Engineers needed. So there you go. Does anybody want to see anything in particular?
We don't have any of our data in there yet, do we?
No, Mr. Chairman, board members, the closest thing that we have to data for us in the system would be suspended water rights that are state-based registrations that eventually come to this office for processing. The rest of the information is set up in load sheets so that when Kathy and James and Anna and the rest of the folks on this team are done with this work, it will automatically go from what we call our interim database structure. It loads right into this thing, and then at that point, they're right there in the same public sector system where you can go to that, that online database, and you can look up things that we will have issued right out of this office. And our office will be able to kick out reports to issue the water rights, abstracts, track all the events, even do objections and hearings about water right applications right there in the database.
So Kathy, question, this is Clayton.
Mm-hmm.
When you're going through your testing phase or whatever would be a good time, maybe as you're looking at examples of a near complete project, maybe you could come back sometime and show it to us before it's finalized, so we can kind of get a better idea what our data is actually gonna look like.
Okay, I'm trying to, the computer's running a little bit slow, but here's, boom, here we go. This is one of the, Ethan, this is one of the suspended water rights that's in there, but has not been issued yet. But this is a general abstract of that water right. And, but yeah, this is all the data, and some of this, you know, will be changed to accommodate, you know, FRWMB, like these water right types. This heading, you know, is going to be changed. And that's what James was working on right here.
That's
You know,
good.
that-
That answered one of my questions.
Kathy, back up to the last one and maybe just walk everybody through each of those line items, just for an example.
On the general abstract, you mean?
Yeah.
Well,
Basically, it's got the owner's name and whatnot.
yep, it has the owner's name and address, which, you know, in the database, that would go, you know, you enter that under contacts, you know, and it has the priority date, the enforceable priority date. It has the purpose of the water right, the domestic and lawn and garden in this case. It has a flow rate. There's no volume listed here. Why, I don't know. But anyway, the volume would go in there. The amount of acres that is being irrigated under lawn and garden or in irrigation. It tells it what my source name is and where my source type is coming from. And in this case, it's groundwater. If it was surface water, it may be something as a creek and then list a ditch name. It gives me the point of diversion, the legal description of the point of diversion, which is, you know, quarter, section, township, range. It tells me my period of diversion, when I can divert that water. In this case, it's from January 1 to December 1. Sometimes your period of diversion could be different than your period of use, as you can see down here. Period of use for lawn and garden is only during, you know, watering season or irrigation season, which would be, in this case, April 1 to October 31. But, and it gives me information on my well, how deep it is, static, and this depends on how much information we receive and can input into the database as to what comes out. In this case, we did have a well depth and a static water level. And then here's my purposes, and each purpose is listed with a volume and a legal description. And it tells me my period of use. When can I use the water for that purpose? And in this case, I can, for domestic use, I can use it year round, you know, January through December 31st. And it tells me how much of water I can use for that purpose. And then I've got lawn and garden, and it tells me, you know, when I can use it, the legal description and the acres. And then here is the geocode, which tells me it's that parcel identifier. The geocode is from the, you know, Montana cadastral, and it's kind of like a parcel identifier. And so I know what parcel this water is being used on. And hopefully we're going to have, just like the geocode, we're going to have the TSR, if that's applicable to that water right. We'll have a TSR number down here so that we know what parcel this water right's being used on.
Question. So I see the water right number, and if this is a suspended one, that's obviously an existing state-based water right number, and then it indicates FIR groundwater registration. What will the future new water right numbers look like, and how will they be handled in this database?
Just like this. It'll look just like this one. And in the database, where'd my database go? Did I close it down? Please don't have closed down. But in the database, it's gonna look, oh my goodness, I closed down my database. Hang on here, let me try. Are you still there?
Yeah, so basically the numbering system will just continue based on what the state does now.
Correct. Yep, the basin and, the basin and, the numbering system will be the same. It's just keeps on a rolling. And I'll show you, here's let's scoot over a little bit. Let's go to a search. The application type 301 59707. And there it is in the database. Same numbering system. All the basins are going to remain the same. Oh, that one didn't have the applicant listed, but yeah, it'll be just like, the only difference is going to be the type of form up here on the top. These application types and water right types will be what is required by FRWMB, which I think you're all familiar with their different water right, types, the 60 DF for domestic allowance and, stock allowance, and we, so the form and the water right type will be yours. It's not going to say groundwater like the state-based water rights.
But new numbers, how are the new numbers generated? Do we do that, or does that database actually automatically do that?
The database automatically does that. Right here, when you go to application and you say create a new one, I'm choosing, and this is the test database, so I can do this. But right here where I choose my basin, so here we'll just choose 76L. The type, I'm going to choose the FRWMB's water right type. And you can see some of this is already entered because we've kind of wanted to play with it, but it's not finalized. So, but say I want to enter, here we go, a 60 DF for a domestic allowance because I'm creating this. And I choose my date. And I choose my time. And I add an applicant in, and I don't know who we're going to add, but we're going to add that guy just for lack of better. So, and then I press the go button and watch. Boom, I have a new number. That's it. That's my water right number. And then I continue to add all of the information necessary for this water right.
Thank you.
But yeah, the database automatically just keeps assigning numbers after number after number after number.
Awesome. Kathy, did you put the issuance document back up again real quick? And just so the board members understand the unique and thing about this is all unique to every new water right that comes out of off the reservation. Will now
Which one? Oh, you want that one?
Scroll down a little bit to the bottom and show the authorization line, also, if you would. And so here, this is obviously markedly different in terms of the authority on how these water rights or changes to water rights occur. And that's new. It's all getting put in here. Thanks to Kathy, because I wouldn't have been able to figure it out without her.
All right. Thank you. Other questions?
Kathy, are the scanned documents going to be available too?
Yes. Once we once a water right is created, then the Office of Engineers, is my understanding, they're going to have a file just like DNRC does, and their office is going to need to be able to have a copy scanner type machine, which most of the regional offices do have, a copy scanner, machine. And so what we do is we just scan all the images, and then where they're stored, I'm not real privy to that. I'm not sure, but they will go to the records department, I believe, up in Helena. And the records department, what they do is they link it to this actual water right so that you could see, from here, you can't, but they link it to this exact water right so that you can see the scanned images for that water right. This one I just created, so I can't really go there, but yeah. So the records department up in Helena will link, oh, that one's not going either. We'll link all the scanned images. Sorry guys. I mean, I guess I could pick one that actually works, so you could see the scanned images if you want. But they have the records department in Helena has the software, and they're the only ones that have the software to actually upload the scanned images and link it to this this program here, so that you could see the the scanned images. Here's a scan doc. And most regional offices are doing their own scanning now. So every regional office is responsible for taking their paperwork, scanning it, and there's a certain procedure and a format that you have to put your scanned documents into, and then send it up to records unit, and they'll upload those PDF files, and they'll link it right to this water right, so that every water right will have all of the scanned images. And here you go. We scan the actual certificate that we issue. That's not, oh wow, who did that? I did this. What are the chances of that? But yeah, all of the documents are scanned, and you can see over here, you can kind of quickly get through. But yeah, and that's my understanding as to what's going to happen scanning wise, so that things will be available through the scanned documents. They'll be linked to each individual water right, through this this is a whole separate program, the digital images. And where the physical file is kept, I'm not sure on what's going to happen there, but up to this point, I do know that, yeah, once they have the paperwork, then the Office of Engineers can, scan their documents, format the PDFs properly for the records unit, and then the records unit, should upload them in there, through their program to digitally connect them to the water right.
Just out of curiosity, who's the developer?
On,
Well, you said once you go through your stories and testing and it goes to a developer?
oh, that's Respect. The company's name is called Respect.
Where are they located?
Oh my gosh, I think they have offices all over the world, actually, to be honest. But the team that we're working with, part of the team is out of Seattle, I believe, Washington, around that area. And like I say, some of their developers, I mean, they're all over. But where their main office is, to tell you the truth, I'm not real sure.
Oh, just curious, and a projected timeline for our database to be.
I knew you were going to ask me that.
Well, I'm glad you knew.
What was the comment? I missed the comment.
I just said, I'm glad you knew.
Oh. But Yeah, I don't really know what a projected timeline is. I mean, there's so many variables. And it's really hard to say, and I don't know the developing part of it. So, I mean, we're just trying to, identify, the changes that need to be made, create those stories to try to get all of our wishes and hopes and wants over to the developers. And then as far as how long that it takes them, I don't know, but I do know that it's a really good sign that we're starting, that I heard today, that they're gonna start sending out, for testing, sending out emails next week or so to have all of us, start testing to make sure that all of this is in here correctly and all the links are where they should be and the data's getting, because in this database, you could enter one number in one space and it could just scatter throughout the whole database. I mean, there's lots of different places that number could end up. And so we have to make sure that all those links are connected and everything's showing like it should show. And so, I mean, we have a ways to go, but it, like I say, the only really good positive thing I can say is it's a good sign that we're getting to some of the testing, some of the testing stages, and that's a good thing. I mean, you have to keep in mind, DNRC started this over 3 years ago. And I mean, we got our production database, I think, the end of last year, maybe the beginning of this year. So it took a long time.
Any other questions, board members? Well, thank you, Kathy. Anything else on that, Ethan?
No, just a lot of appreciation, Kathy. Thank you for this update.
Yeah.
Thank you much. Maybe we'll get to see you in person one day.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, and maybe as we get a little, like you say, a little further along and you can actually see, your names and your certificates and whatnot in the test database, maybe I could come back and show you, what your information is going to look like. But it's pretty exciting stuff.
It's been many years since I've seen it, but in Helena, there is a center, a computer center, database center where all of this resides, right? Where all the computers are, where everything is actually entered. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking out loud here, maybe one day after we get all of our data up and running, we can take a field trip and go see it.
Yeah, well, the servers are up there in Helena, but each individual, specialist can enter this data from their laptop, in their office, throughout the whole state, which is really nice because, back in the olden days, but you and I know this, but some of these young kids may not, but you used to take little cards with a pencil and like color in the dots.
Yeah.
With the little computer cards and send them up to Helena, and Helena entered all the data. So thank goodness we don't have to do that anymore.
All right. Well, thank you much.
You're welcome.
Okay. Is that it, Ethan, on that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Let me take a look here. I think we're okay.
Well, hi, Chairman. Would you like me to help you figure out a good spot to pick up?
Well, let's see, we went 7, 8, 9, so office space letter. Let's say board terminate. So we gotta go, personnel item, water engineer.
If we get a large purchase on 7.
Okay, there you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
7.4. 7.4. Since we have a lot of money, I guess.
You want to spend some?
All right, go for it.
Mr. Chairman, board members, you can't be real water without a flow meter, and this is our time. Buy a Flowtracker 2 Doppler flow meter for open channel water measurements. This is the standard, that DNRC and CSKT hydrologists and hydro, techs are using. We have been borrowing an older model from Montana DNRC, and I know that they would like it back. I am asking you for an amount that is not to exceed $13,000. The unit itself, you have a quote in front of you for $11,765, and there are accessories such as bank pens and measuring reel tapes and other essential pieces of equipment, probably a data cable or two extra. Thank you for your consideration on this.
So just for the record, I mean, I get it, just, so what does your office use it for, or will you use it for?
Our office will use this to handle enforcement actions, to train water commissioners, to check on mandatory water measurement requirements, to help solve conflicts between primarily ditch water right users who have different opinions about who's taking what amount of water. It is also going to be a training tool for our office staff. And so far, we've demonstrated some use. Mr. Frakes has been out training with Montana DNRC so far. Yeah, okay, so the 2, 3 occurrences, 3 times he's been out. One time in the snow and the ice, just to make sure that he knows what he's in for. And this thing has a GPS unit, does a full calculation of when and where the measurement's taken, so that it's we'll just call it this one.
So this model is what's used and recommended by both the state and the tribe?
Mr. Chairman, board members, we did in fact consult with both the DNRC Water Management Bureau and the CSKT Water Management Program to ensure that we had the correct specifications and that we were getting at least the same price that they're getting.
Okay, and given that, I'm assuming you did your diligence on the pricing, but I see one bid. Were there other bids? Is this the only place to get it?
This is the only place to really get this. Yeah, this is not can't find it at Walmart.
Okay, board members. Roger.
I guess I don't mean to be the devil's advocate, but I can understand when we get into some compliance issues maybe, but when we're doing water rights, the applicant should be submitting all of the data and all of the information, and we should just be analyzing it and evaluating it and processing it. So I just, and as far as ditch use, it seems like FIP would be responsible for determining if somebody's taking water out illegally or not of a ditch, but I'm not the expert on that, but I just trying to figure out why outside of compliance, we don't want to get off on doing investigations. We're supposed to do water rights, process water rights, not do water rights for some applicant. So that's their responsibility. So that's why I'm just grasping at this to justify it.
Okay. Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I respectfully disagree with Roger on what our priorities are gonna be. Yeah, right now we're doing applications, but it's gonna change pretty soon. And we're gonna be doing conflicts. So I just think we have the equipment, the ability to use that equipment.
Yeah. Shane?
So, question in, a person comes in and files for 2 CFS water rights. and we say, you know, that they're gonna measure it, do we have the specifications that we're gonna require, how they measure that? You know, is it with an old style Marsh McBurney, or is it an orange peel floating down the creek? And they time it for whatever distance in seconds, and so, you know, I hear both sides of. But at some point, if I'm saying I'm taking two CFS because I measured it with an orange peel floating. And you come and measure it with this, and it's, you know, 1.1,
Yeah,
what method is gonna trump
well,
which method?
I think when we get to the point of actually processing a surface water right applications, that'll, the type of measurement and how it's taken will be explicitly spelled out in the application process. They will have to verify how they did it.
And if I verified I did it with the orange peel.
Well, I mean, that's not a valid method, yeah,
Well, I think the test of what's gonna be admissible is evidence.
yeah,
I mean, that's a valid.
Yeah.
That's a valid measurement tool,
well,
Georgia,
I'm just gathering everybody's good thoughts and looking at this. I see that I've used Xylem before. I worked with Dylan personally for years. He's a great guy. He's very responsive. I like the equipment. I can understand doing this for training. But I guess I want to know more about the day-to-day operations and the process rights of what this will do. So much money.
I more than expect we're gonna need this. So what does the NRC do with these right now in their regional offices?
Presently, they have an array of different uses. One is it's an obvious essential tool for water commissioner training. And they do handle water commissioner training. We will also need to handle water commissioner training. Unlike the NRC, we actually are responsible for appointing water commissioners. Two, they use it for enforcement and or complaint issues. Three, they use it for measuring stream gauge sites to get the flow measurement to help with your stream gauging network. Four, they use it for assessing.
They have a string gauging network, but we won't.
At this present time, we don't have plans for stream gauging network. I'm just trying to tell you what.
Yep.
And then for the I lost my train. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Well, there's a use there, I expect to be, so,
physical availability for new water right applications.
what's lifespan of these?
A long time, I think.
You know, I mean-
Eventually the technology will, the one that's upstairs, was purchased, by Stan Jones. And is still, in operation, still operable. It's not got, it's a Flowtracker 1. It's not got the GPS integrated into it, but it's still, serviceable and functional flow measuring tool.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I've used these before. I would classify them as eternal. It's German engineering and, they have incredible shelf lives on. You
Yeah.
do get more bells and whistles each year.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they just keep on.
Good. Good,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I think, Ethan's point about physical availability is really key in this discussion, even in the application. If somebody comes in and wants X amount of water, is that amount of water keep there? So I think it literally would have to.
but that's the applicant's responsibility to
Sure.
demonstrate that.
Sure.
And they have to, like right now with the DNRC, you have to take measurements every month for 12 months to determine physical availability. And
Sure.
so I totally agree with the compliance stuff and that we're headed in that direction. I just don't want us to get going down the road of doing investigations, especially the tribe has a whole hydrology department and stream gauging department that takes care of all of that. So,
I look at the scenario, if someone comes in and says, I want X amount of water. And whoever's reviewing the application is understand which water in that stream. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, what you're talking about that the tribe has is that network. And we wouldn't be establishing a network here. We're gonna, I mean, that's, the NRC's got a network that's statewide. That's why they do that, but we wouldn't be doing that. But this would be for our efforts to implement the ordinance and enforce it.
So I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
My take on it.
Applications too.
yeah, and I'm telling you, it's the applicant's responsibility to show that water is physically available. Not our job.
I agree.
But I see a need for it. It's a great piece of equipment. I just don't want us to go off tangent on this and do stuff that's not necessary. So,
Good. Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, working years in a regional office, this is a no-brainer. You gotta have a full measuring device to be able to enforce and administer water rights, but, yeah, I serve the board's pleasure.
All right, any other questions, Georgia? Ken? Roger? Shane? Okay, it's, before I go to vote, all the comments?
No,
Anybody online?
just staff members on.
Any staff members have any comments? Raise your hand.
No public comment.
Seeing none, okay, if you're, what's your pleasure, board? If you're interested, let's take a vote.
Chairman, I would move that we authorize Ethan to engineer to purchase this equipment up to 13,000.
Yes, please.
Motion by Ken,
I'll say.
second by Georgia, so let's do a voice vote on this. Georgia? Ken?
Yes.
Roger?
yes.
And I'm a yes, we're good. Thank you. Okay, that was 7-4, so I guess it's a 7-5.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just trying to give a little briefing on the IT onboarding updates if you would like.
Yes, please.
We initiated the switcheroo on the 30th of October and have steadily been moving things forward, integrating first call services into our machines and laptops. We've had tremendous responsiveness from first call, so I'm pleased about that. We are now at the spot where we're trying to take care of some of the more complicated items. One thing that I did want to mention is that if you have a laptop, you know, we do need to figure out a good way to get the IT management software on your laptop. And happy to either take your laptop and get that installed and give it back to you, or send out an email. And you know, you got to, if you're gonna do it from home, you gotta get your IP address to the IT agent so that they can green light your connection.
Okay, well, I have my laptop here, I can leave it with you.
Sure.
It doesn't have the power cord, but I think it's charged up.
Okay. We have some other power cords. Do you need new power cord, Mr.
No,
Chairman?
no, I just didn't have it with me.
Understood.
Yeah, so I can leave mine, take care of it.
I'll drop mine off next time I'm here.
Okay, well, if anybody needs to take care of your laptop, please do.
How long will it take?
We can have it, I'm gonna embark on this on Monday, a little bit more actively with the IT folks, because we had some pressing business to try to get things sorted out for 2 meetings this week, but I would say
That drop off, how long will it take to change?
probably like a day to you dropped it off on Monday, it'd be super easy, yep.
Okay, any other questions on IT? Very good, thank you. We're up to number 8. I think we have a document in the file, and we did discuss this the previous meeting, and everybody wanted more time. So if you've had enough time, we need to try to make a decision. If not, we'll put it off again. So just a comment, one of the things that I did when this first came up, and this has been some time, as I actually looked at the policy that we approved, and based on the policy we approved, my understanding, this is allowable. But whatever the board's wishes. I think we need to finalize this one way or the other.
Well, I guess the only question, one of the questions I had on this was, that 6.03E. That you provide previous, documentation. And to me, that was like a letter from a previous employer or something like that. Do we have that?
You have all that, it came in with my resume, but, we can reproduce it.
I think I would like to see that from each of these entities.
Okay.
Any other comments?
I'm not trying to kick you down the road, Ethan. I'm just trying to make sure that when this comes up with somebody else, we give it the same thorough review.
Yep. So would you be proposing we put this off to next meeting?
Yeah.
For final
Yeah.
vote,
Right. Provided, yeah,
provided we have that
we get
documentation?
the information in advance, yeah.
Okay. You do that?
Okay.
Georgia, any other comments? Ken?
And I tend to agree with your assessment, we did approve this, so.
Yeah.
Procedure. It's just
Well, the
that-
policy, yeah. All right. The other, just gonna throw out, the other alternative is that we, allow Ethan to provide us electronic copy of those letters. And as soon as he does, we consider it approved. So we do it so that it ends up taking place between now and the next meeting. Otherwise, we end up going another meeting before we do this, so.
I would say if the numbers match up, absolutely. And I'm not saying they're not going to, but you know, if they don't, that's right.
Number.
Number of weeks or whatever you think documentation.
Well, we can go either way. If you're interested in that, I'm just throwing it out. If you are, I'll need a motion on it.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your motion?
Move that we approve the engineers. PTO. Subject to the engineer providing documentation. For the board.
Okay, so if we get be clear, if we get that documentation in our emails between now and then, and we're all good
I am,
at that point,
Yes.
then it'll kick in.
yes,
If not, then we'll have to do it
yes,
at the time we meet the next
yes.
meeting. Okay,
All, the motion includes all that.
okay.
Good job.
Thank you.
Wow.
Motion by Ken,
I'll say.
second by Georgia. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? Okay, you got it. Thank you. All right, so I am up to 9,
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
9 or 9, or you have a letter in
This is
here?
your letter about the office space, Mr. Chairman.
Do we have it in here?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman,
There it is.
there you go, okay.
Okay, so I take a moment, take a look at this. Been a while since I've looked at it. I know Ethan did it, draft of this. I think I was suggesting that the board take the position that we write a letter to the state and the tribe, laying the groundwork for and urging them to consider building a facility for this operation. Now maybe they will, maybe they won't, but I think this would take, that was a concept in my mind.
Mr. Chairman, may I speak the way while you guys deliberate on this side?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Comments, questions, suggestions, anytime you're ready.
I think it's a good letter, well written. It's clear what we need. I think we need it. I have a bunch of typos. So.
Thank you.
That's
It's
good.
good to have.
It's not discussing. I think it's good effort.
All right, Georgia?
Agreed. I think we need some solution moving forward, and I think this letter states all the options there. So thank you.
Roger?
Yeah, I think we might as well get it on the table.
Yeah, Shane?
I hesitate to call them typos, I use that for lack of a better word.
Oh, no, I gotta just sort of get things out there. Sometimes I'm, doing it quick.
All right, public comment. And we don't have this up for anybody online. You wanna,
Display it.
let's display it. Let's just give it a minute, display it so folks online can take a quick look. And if you have any comment, let's make sure that people have an opportunity.
Mr. Chair, I have a discussion question, I guess.
Yeah.
Having never done anything like this before, what is the likelihood that this will be considered? Do we have any idea that this will be received, or anybody have any experience with this?
All of this is new. And so, but having gone through personally, encouraging staff members and individuals, including up to and including the chairman of the tribe, I'm encouraged that they'll hear us. Whether or not this results in a new building, you know, I wouldn't expect anything to happen until after the next legislative session. But if we lay the groundwork and get them talking to each other about this, maybe they can actually achieve something. So I expect something, but I don't know what. But I think we gotta start somewhere.
Yes.
I think it also serves a function of the placeholder. We
Yeah.
let them know formally
Yeah.
that we're not happy and with what we've got and we need better. And maybe they will work on it, always have it on the record.
Well, and the other thing is that it's not just us, whether we're happy or not. This is for them too.
Yeah. That's for the.
We are them as an operation. And so we want to do better, want to do well. And to be able to do that well publicly and have a good public operation would be good. Yeah. Shane?
I'm sorry.
No, not at all.
Georgia?
This is helpful. What my only thought was, would it also be beneficial to invite both of these gentlemen to come here and get a firsthand view of what we're seeing? They may choose not to come, but it would be great if they did.
Well, they'll send staff, and I think this is a start, and says in here, we want to work with them. So if we hopefully can get a response and with some notion about who we can work with and how we can move forward, that would be the ideal thing. Yeah, so, yeah, go ahead.
The other thing is a little more of the suggestions. I think safety is a key concept. I think we could have hit the safety aspect a little harder. Safe part, safe doors.
Sure.
That's it.
Would you put that, I'm gonna try to steal your, good, copy.
That's a
Okay.
good point.
Well, given that, we can, so any comments? Yes, sir. Go ahead, step up and let's do for the record. Name and.
Ben Yoaki with the NRC CSKT contact coordinator, and I was just looking at the letter and was curious if we'd also want to include US House Rep and the two senators from Montana. Why, since they're part of the federal compact parties.
I'm not sure who federally we would do. I mean, that's a good point, good comment. Thank you. And I thought, I have a couple thoughts on that. One, we could figure out what Fed to send us to, or we could let the tribe and the state figure out who to involve. But I don't have any problem including them, but at this moment, I wouldn't exactly know who to include, because this would probably have to go through administrative channels first before we start sending letters out to the senators and representatives. But from where I sit, the first frontline person I would look to is the superintendent, and he's sitting right here, so. If you have a suggestion who to include, then we'd be glad to do that. Otherwise, I'd say this will be a good start.
Well, yeah, to me, we look at the signatures to the compact.
Right.
And match that, you know, with the governor and the chairman, tribe, and I think it's the secretary.
Yeah, Secretary of the Interior.
Yeah, the secretary. So, you guys want to include secretary?
Seems like
Or
that's
see where the,
fair.
see where the state and tribe lined on this and follow up with that
I'm more comfortable just going to the state and tribes at this point,
for now?
yeah, just for now.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think it's a good thought.
I think it's a good thought. I think it's kind of a alternative approach too. Because I think if the state's gonna do it, somebody's gonna have to carry a legislator's gonna have to carry a bill to the legislation
Yeah.
and introduce it. But maybe there's some funding available through the Department of Interior or something. I don't know.
And the tribe has direct communication with secretary.
Yeah,
So I think this will be a good start. Let's keep that in mind. Maybe at some point we want to do that, and maybe after we communicate with whoever we're going to work with, assuming that happens, we can do it together.
I just like the idea of keeping it real simple first. Let them branch out.
Okay. All right, any other comments here? Anybody online have any comments?
Make a comment, and raise your hand. Seeing no.
Okay, no comment there. With the suggestions that will be offered by Ken to Ethan. As we discussed, if you're ready, we'll take a motion to approve this letter,
My suggestions are, none of them are substantial.
which you'll provide written comment to Ethan. Okay. Given those editorials, any motion to approve?
I would go approve.
Motion by Ken to approve with those editorial changes.
I'll second.
Second by Georgia. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None. Okay, you got it. Thank you. I think that's gonna go
Right,
a long way.
sorry, one small minor, issue, timing of these letters, Mr. Chairman, board members, how do you want these, do you want these letters spaced? Do you want them going out at the same time? Yeah, same time, okay.
And we have, and we have, couple different signatures there. When it's ready, just holler and I'll stop by
And is that the appropriate, chair, vice chair signature arrangement?
look good, Roger? Yep, we're good. Hey. Hey, update on logo. So there's a logo update?
Mr. Chairman, apparently I, copied a previous agenda.
So no update on logo?
Is there?
We approved logo.
The logo's up, we're good.
Okay.
Oh, I do know what we're talking about. Oh, my God. Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
A little punchy, yep. yes,
Go
sir.
for it.
The board instructed me to informally interact with the Montana DNRC to find out about adding the board's logo to the WRIS homepage. That's what this item.
Okay.
And just as a reminder to the board, I had drafted a different letter, and this was in the direct effort to try to support some board members who wanted to see more of a presence on that homepage. The informal answer to that was no. And the concession was, well, we did something about it on the about page. You know, I did not know there was an about page, but there is an about page, and they're happy to add something on the about page, but I would suggest to the board that if it was really important, probably gonna need to write a letter or do something else, or just maybe carry on with the about page.
Do we have And can we put up the page that we're talking about?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sorry,
That's okay, just to remind us, because I remember that we had the discussion, but I don't remember the
yeah.
details of what that looks like.
Query system, I think.
We talked about maybe even a banner. You know, that is at the bottom, or, you know, ideally, we were talking, our, you know, our logo and.
Yeah.
You know, matching the DNRC's logo on the opposite side. But we talked all kinds of different options of a banner or a pop-up screen when, you know. I think we're going to talk about anything really. Some kind of recognition on this homepage.
Is this it?
This, Mr. Chairman, board members, this is the homepage for the DNRC water rights query system. And, this is the main page.
Where were we talking about putting our logo?
We did open it up to anywhere, but, you know, just some sort of a little like, oh, and also FRWMB water rights are on this page. And
Did they say why they're not interested?
they, are, see, maybe exact wording was that they, as the statutory custodians of the database, that, you know, they feel like it's an inappropriate request for the FRWMB logo. So the best I got for now. I hate putting words in somebody's mouth, but that was generally.
Interesting, because the compact is statutory. Yeah.
May I ask a series of dumb questions, having never worked with the WRIS system? Am I correct in assuming that the basin associated with the reservation is 76? Is that correct?
We are 76L, 76LJ, and 76M, just a little tiny piece, which is the part that's associated with the Clark Fort, right outside of Harley. And so there's three, I think it's just three.
Yeah.
Yep.
And those are all within the Flathead Indian Reservation?
Not wholly. 76LJ is the largest. It's pieces of the other two that are within the reservation.
So my last question would be, for those who are querying the system just for the 76 basins that designate land on the reservation, would it be possible to have it pop up there?
Not to my knowledge, and keep it in mind that there are portions of 76L both on and off, sort of like the counties, right? And so it'd be similar arrangement.
So they said put it in about. So what's on about now, and how would that? Where would that go? Did they propose how and where it would go in this about page?
They said that they would be willing to work with us, I believe, is, you know, and figure something out.
Okay. And the page you had before, was that the table or search? That was a search. What's the table? Oh. Okay, so folks, what do you think? Want to push it or just start with something on the about?
I'm good with putting it on the about, because when they hit on the abstract anyways, it's gonna have the
It's
whole,
gonna start to show
everything
that,
on it. Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
Yep. Okay, so we don't know what, but let's see if you can work out some ideas with them about what that might look like, but I'd like to be able to see it on there. I mean, not have to dig for it either.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, board members, do you feel comfortable that we could handle this as a ministerial activity on working with DNRC to update this, or is this something you would like to see and approve what is proposed for?
I'd like to see it. That's what I said. I don't think we need to take action.
Okay,
I personally, I'd like to see you go ahead and just, you know, administratively work with them, see what you come up with. I'm just saying, for me, I'd like to be able to look at it and without having to dig too deep, or look too hard, see it. So should be obvious. Because if you do something on there, like put one of those bullets on there and it just says a few words about the That's not, in my view, not adequate.
You think they would want to update this page anyway, because they're doing a substantial addition to the
Absolutely,
system
absolutely.
that should be disclosed here anyway.
Absolutely, yeah, so let's just see what we come up with. All right,
Thank you, and apologies about my rough start into that topic. I had some flashback about the FRWMB logo in the past.
so we moved item number 6 below, and I think this would be the place where we would take on item number 6. What time is it?
439, Mr. Chairman.
4:39, so we have a little time, so we're on to item number 6.
Mr. Chairman, sometime between 5 and 5:30, I have to leave for a couple minutes. I can't come back. I need to get my vehicle.
Well, we're scheduled to go to 5, so once we hit 5, if you're all done, then we'll call it, so either way,
I gotta go at 5 today.
okay, so, I say hit the go button.
Mr. Chairman, board members, what you have in front of you is an exciting start to water policy and procedures. This got updated in coordination with working with some with the tribes a little bit. They gave us some feedback and improved some things. Got some feedback from some legal counsel, got some feedback from your own staff. The document itself is thrown out here intentionally to try to solve a couple of initial issues. One, first and foremost, is that this is the proposed structure that I came up with in consultation with legal counsel as to what the board's equivalency of administrative rules would look like. And in this particular case, you'll notice that I have left a lot of table of contents in here that does not have that, do not have any entries, but the intent for that is that you get an idea of the flow and the placeholders and structure of this document. You'll notice that they're subtle but different. And so where we have WPMP 11-104, that actually ties into the ordinance 1-1-104, right? And so there's some numeric crosswalk without inadvertently looking like we're trying to rewrite the ordinance. It's the intent, okay? So that's the start. Second bit, there's an intro to try to help describe what we're doing here and how it's not a circumvention of the ordinance, but rather part of the activities encouraged and set forth in the ordinance. Then we get into a few of the content items, and I'm just gonna roll through this stuff, so feel free to stop me if you want to, but I try to respect your time. One is that we have a list of acronyms because I like to use a lot of acronyms. Here's a good place to write them all down. Two, under page 7 of 20, we have a comprehensive list of forms for this office. And this is a substantial document, by the way, that kind of is like a bit of a strategic plan on the water right administration activities. And I have included in here the status of these forms. And then additionally, and importantly, you'll see that there's 2 fees, right? There's a current fee, and then there's a January 2024 fee. And the reason that this is in here and needs to become part of your attention is that the ordinance, not these rules, the ordinance specifies that this office has application fees that track the state fee schedule for water right application forms. And through House Bill 114, the state fee structure is changing substantially. And so, I've tried to do my best to capture, spots where you can look and you can see that the redundant well form that currently, we've got $50 on that, and that goes up statewide, statewise, to $200. And so what we're looking at is all of our active, forms will need to get, updated to accommodate the ordinance. Of course, I need your buy-in on that, direction and so forth, but, it is,
Well, if it's required and necessary, and it's gonna happen anyway, I think this makes sense. What I'd like to see or suggest is that either a footnote number or an asterisk by the box that says January 2024 fee, and then a footnote that explains what you just said, why that column's there.
Yes, sir, we do have that in a different section of the text, and I'll lead you to that, but we should, we can move it to this table.
Do a footnote as well,
also.
yeah.
Did anybody want me to linger on the forms table or move, forward? Okay. Next item, we got page 8, and, we have, the 10-103, which is kind of the flow of what a successful water right application, the stages of that look like. And, this hasn't gotten a lot of attention from editors yet. I suspect that it'll probably get some improvements when the legal staff has a chance to chime in on this, but it is a thing that people ask me a lot. What is it gonna look like? You know, what are the stages of the water right application? This is intended to help inform that.
Yes, good.
Next item is 10-104, and this is a section called water right verification. And in here, what we've done is tried to bring forward procedures and policies for draft form that the board saw passed and then put into a stay status until they received better policies and procedures. And this is the draft policy and procedures for what this office would do in performance of verifying a water right directly in relation to a DEQ subdivision or lot line transfer application as set forth in Montana administrative rules, because DEQ operates under Montana administrative rules. Does everybody remember what we're talking about?
The DEQ.
Yep. Okay. I don't want to
Subdivisions.
linger. So this is you know, first run at that, and certainly I'm excited to get anybody's assistance with improving things. The next section where we go to with any changed content is on page 10. There's 12-112 filing fees, and here you'll find a note about the administrative rules, and mostly the reason that it's here is because there was in fact an existing ordinance section that's specific to filing fees. This explains that note, and we can put that note over with the table if that helps, and that may make more sense. Very prudent suggestion, but talking about how that House Bill 114 will change our filings.
Yeah, footnote would be great.
Great. Mr. Chairman, board members, we swing right into page 11, where there is a discussion about an application and making an application to the board and what it takes to get this office to initiate looking at an application to see if it's correct and complete. There's this arrangement that will be failure to apply. If you don't pay your fees, you don't provide certain key essentials for us to be able to even initiate review of an application, we're not gonna go into deficiencies or defect letters. You might just not make it into the, you'll hit the failure to apply, and certainly one of the main ones there is failing to pay the fee, because my direction in the past from this board is that we do not do work on applications that do not have paid fees. So this should be looking consistent with what you've told me to do in the past. Again, we had a little bit of review on this. We hope to get our own lawyers to review this section. It does go into a lot of detail on what we need for some things that are recurring problems, such as trusts and corporate ownerships and the kind of signatures that we want to see, and what you got to do to have applicant communication representation, and setting some of these basic standards of policy and procedures that are not specified in the ordinance, but are certainly in line with clarifying sections of the ordinance. Then we zip right on over into page 13, where we hit the adequate process review and go through a few additional clarifications on our office's requirement to hit adequate process determination before we move these applications into a formal stage that would then be eligible for an applicant to appeal the decision that was made by our office, right? And so we want you to have a quality application by the time somebody was to appeal it through my office and then into your board meeting. We skip down to the bottom of page 13 and we start in on some clarifications about stock water allowances. And one of the clarifications will be identical in this to the domestic allowance section, but the redundancy I think is useful. And it talks about the existing wells. This board members is a recapitulation of your past guidance on the ability for an applicant to come in and apply for a new water right using an existing well. It does have some sideboards on there, and nothing after June 1st of 2022. You'll remember you drew that line in the sand, board members, and somebody coming in with a well that was drilled after that without pre-authorization. It's a different kind of problem. We talk a little bit about some requirement to do some retired uses if an applicant has got other water rights associated with the well that are no longer going to be used. We talk a little bit about automated water stock waters, that those are allowed the same way that we would allow a stock tank, because it's a stock section. Talk about some animal unit calculations and set the standards where we adopt generally what the state's format is for animal units and the use of those animal units for calculating a volume of water. We also have an idea here that we think stock water developments in developed springs should have a fencing requirement. This one is obviously going to go out there to some folks, and we'd like to get feedback from the public, board members, anybody else, but it is something that has consistently come up as an encouraged requirement for us to add that to developed springs. That brings us to the bottom of page 14, where we jump right into domestic allowances, and this would include individual, shared, and development domestic allowances. So this is the some substantial movement and action on looking at getting policies and procedures set forth, not just for individual and shared, but also for those development allowances that we've heard encouragement to move forward with. You have a lot of good information in here, a lot of good efforts. There's some clarifications about the other buildings that this board decided to allow that would not be considered to be duplicative with the main house, and that some extra specifications so that if you have a shop or an outbuilding or an ADU that's affiliated with the main building, that could be part of your little compound, so long as it's not separated by a parcel line. And this is really just stuff you had decided on, but then there's some new clarifications in here, such as how we handle existing wells and priority dates, and how we handle the construction time limit for a well. And it was easy to pin down the drilling time, but you know, everybody wants to know how long you have to build your house. You know, and we made that clarification that it's 2 years from the date of authorization. So 1 year from the date of authorization to build your well, 1 year from the date of authorization to get your construction project completed. And then, of course, you can apply for deadline extensions via 607. F, 607F. Cheaper if you come in advance of missing your deadline. Nothing though would prevent you if you're missing your deadline to circumvent some simultaneously applied for petition for groundwater management area. There are requirements to get a letter if you're within 500 feet of a public water supply and you're putting in a domestic allowance of any type. There's requirements to get a letter from the FIP irrigation project manager if your domestic allowance plan uses FIP water, and that letter needs to be within the last 6 months. There is some really exciting stuff on page 16, where we have done our best to make clarifications about the maximum number of connections for individual shared wells and for development domestic allowances. And then specifically item 11 uses a per bedroom approach to clarify what the maximum build out could be achieved under a development domestic allowance. It includes clarifications about RVs, other things like that. And then highlighted on item 12 on page 17 is something that this board really needs to grapple with, which is, do you include pre-effective date exceptions to a permit in the calculation of the maximum number of connections, or do you not include that? And the rationale on one side would be, well, this is a board that operates in a post-effective date world. The other side of the coin might be that you know, all of these types of developments that don't require public notice could be considered to be in a combined effect on an area. These are tough and challenging questions. They probably do deserve a little bit more discussion than we're giving it here, but I'm giving you a fast run through.
So this is gonna be a massive document.
But when we're done, yes, sir.
So is this analogous then to DNRC's regulations? I mean, their rules and regulations brochure.
This is
what you're
where, well, so the
building on?
NRC does it all through administrative
Right.
rules. And this is intended to be this board's version of administrative rules for Montana. And so what you don't like, you know, this is the time to try to get it straight in here so that we can get clarifications that help to guide your direction. And this is it.
So, given the amount of material that is not in here, you know, your placeholders, we want to get through what we have and get it approved. What kind of timeline are we looking at? How are we gonna do that? We're gonna hold a special work session to get through this?
Mr. Chairman, board members, there's a couple of approaches that I'll bring forward that you can think about. One is you can just like let this thing go out into the public. You can contemplate how you feel about it. The public can comment on it. You know, it can be kind of a real time arrangement like that. Two, we can hold a special work session to just dive in on it before it goes out for public comment to see if you want to make some changes to anything. Because this will ultimately be, I'm gonna call it a living document, similar to like how an administrative rule set is. So you see all that, all the table of contents, it's not there. Obviously, we can't do everything all at once, and
Put it out to the public when we approve it.
and we have tried to high grade what we think are key and essential next steps, like the subdivision thing, development, domestic allowance, bringing your older, directives into a more cohesive, findable document instead of through a series of memos, emails and other, minutes. And this is what this whole thing is really
Okay,
supposed to.
you've answered one of my questions in that it's gonna go to public comment, which I think is appropriate. So I'm thinking about, let me throw this out, so. I like the idea of doing a work session on one hand, on the other hand, we can take this and review it. And by the next meeting, see if you have comments and input enough so that we can get this to where we can get it out to public. If you're not ready for it by then I think we should schedule a working session, review it, and then go to public comment, but those are just my thoughts.
So, given the extensive nature, now it's gonna be a massive use of our time. Is this something we could contract out to get a preliminary version? Instead of us doing this work session, we could get a third party to do this, at least initial draft.
Well, Mr. Chairman, Board Member Pitt, you don't have to finish the whole thing before it gets approved. You can approve this with just these sections.
And we can go to
right
public
here, but
before
these-
we approve it as well,
They,
as is, if you
I'm
want it.
talking about the general putting together.
well,
It's just a thought, something I think we should think about, is this something we should have a third party contractor to do?
Let me ask a question because that kind of makes me a little uncertain. Why would you do that when we've got staff and our own attorneys?
Because I think our own attorneys and staff are already overwhelmed with it.
And who would do it who could we bring on that knows enough about what we're doing
I don't
to
know
be
the
able to
answer.
accomplish that?
That's the thing we should look at, is there somebody out there that can do this sort of thing? And I assume the legislators and rulemakers have people that do this kind of stuff for them.
this would have been written by the Water Rights Bureau, for DNRC, and which I'm your Water Rights Bureau. But,
And in terms of initial draft, this is it. Question is, how do we get through this? Even if you have a contractor come in and write this, at some point, we have to approve it.
I agree.
And we have to read it, understand it enough so that we can say, yeah, we approve this. So I'm missing something. I know, Roger, you were in agreement. So what are you thinking?
Well, so the DNRC right now has been going through rewriting all their rules and regulations, And it's been a pretty massive effort. I guess what I was hoping is we could possibly use what some of the stuff that they've got, because we're already mimicking a lot of the state rules with some of their newly developed rules and regulations, and use those as a template. I hear what you're saying, and I like the idea. I'm just not quite sure how to get there yet. I'd like to think about it more.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just afraid this is gonna bog us down. We're gonna be so overwhelmed here another couple of months anyway. And this is a very worthy project. It's essential.
this is the nuts and bolts of what this office needs to be doing. I mean, I would throw that out there.
No, I agree.
And also, just because I don't want to lose sight of what Roger just said, we have been invited to participate in a webinar that talks about the new House Bill 114 arrangement, and you had given direction explicitly to get us, one or more of us tied in to track that, and that has been happening for what it's worth.
What do you want to do with this as it sits right now? I made a suggestion. There are other thoughts. Go ahead, Georgia.
Well, my thought was, given the two options, that we can take a look at this and then come back and work on it before it goes out for public review. I understand that there's a lot of elements that are similar to that of the state, but I think there's also several elements that are very nuanced just to the reservation.
Unique to this, yes.
And I would like to have input on that. Before it goes out to public comment. I think that merits a closer look.
Well, that means we do that. Maybe it bogs us down, but maybe we build it into our scheduling as we go, meeting by meeting, because I think this is gonna take a while to get through. But what we have right now, I mean, how do you wanna proceed with what's in hand right now? I think it starts to include those things that we early on said, well, let's adopt this. This will be policy. Make sure we include this as policy. This is our policy. Look for that purpose.
Well, I like what you said, that let's take a look at this now. So we can bring our thoughts to the next meeting. That gives us time to reflect and then decide next steps.
Okay.
But I want to have some input on this before it goes out to the public.
I'm in agreement with that. I think whether we end up hiring somebody to put this together or not, I think I'd like to hear from our attorneys as to whether or not, you know, how much of this they can take on. You know, they're gonna need to see this before it goes anywhere anyway. But in order to complete this, Ethan spent time working with the state and the tribe already. We need to involve our attorneys in this so that he's got a good legal review of this as he moves forward.
They have reviewed it, and we did discuss it yesterday before your other meeting.
Oh, okay, that's good to know, because I thought I heard you say they haven't seen this yet.
They do need to go through and do a more detailed,
Okay.
you know, screening, but we're not operating in a. Haley had to be on the call, because it's being the time that you just put out with.
Oh, Haley, yeah, Haley, you still there?
Yeah.
Your hand up.
You can raise your hand for it.
Do I hear you, Haley?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
I hear you now. Thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, so, you know, we received the document, we did a just general overview of it, and communicated to Ethan that we needed to do this in a working session fashion before it goes out to the public. You know, the document is not ready for that at all. So we haven't done any substantive edits to this document. That's our plan to do that. We did also communicate with the office and now to the board that this is something that legal does have expertise in and does view as a task that we could assist the office in drafting, reviewing, whatever the board sees fit. So that it is something that we did consider and would have expertise in.
Okay, so if we take this current draft, the board members review it, come back and be ready to discuss it, at least have some discussion by the next meeting. Would you and Ethan have been able to get through this enough so that we can have the discussion and get something ready to go to public by then, or what? To get this version out to public, or this draft out to public, would that approach make sense, or do you have something else in mind?
I think that would be fine. The understanding was that we would work section by section, polish it as best as we could, submit that to public comment, and then make edits and go for board approval of those sections. Since this is a living document and, you know, we are adjusting to certain processes now under the ordinance. So that was the understanding, is that it would be section by section, working on that in tandem, and then giving it to the board for review.
Where would that leave us between now and the next meeting? Should we, I mean, if, I'm hearing that maybe you and Ethan need to spend time on this, prepare a second draft before we do any board review of this?
Not necessarily. I mean, board members can review it currently and provide any sort of comments, feedbacks to Ethan, if they have anything. I have not personally gone through this yet, so I haven't provided any sort of comments, or edits to the document. But yes, before the next board meeting, this document would need to be probably significantly edited, before the sections that are before the board now are submitted to the public for review.
Okay, well, let's take that approach. Let's see where we're at by next meeting, board members. Bring your comments. If you have any in between time you want to submit, get them to Ethan so they can get them to Haley.
Is it possible to get an electronic form?
I did email it to you yesterday, and I'll check and make sure you're not seeing it.
I had all the attachments for today's meeting, but it did not include this.
Right, I sent you a separate email after that.
Okay, we'll double check.
I'll make sure you have it.
Let's double check and make sure that that happens. All right. So given that, thank you, Haley.
Thank you.
Given that, board members, I say we've got some homework. And then, you know, sort of a long-term project is with a lot of this is gonna be anyway. So, to the extent, I'm understand we need to approve, but I get Ken and Roger's point, and so if you and Haley working through this, decide we need to bring additional horsepower to this, let us know, you know, let us know what we can do to help.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep, okay. Is that it?
There was one other like little section at the end about an enforcement item,
Let
but
me-
I think really, I'm just gonna overwhelm you. I'm not sure any more of it right now.
I gotta go
And
too,
it's
yeah,
time to figure out when you might meet again.
yeah.
Okay, so, yep,
But
so hold off on that. Next meeting dates? So given we're approaching the crazy season, I mean, holiday season. You know, we probably want to meet within a couple of weeks. We don't wait too long. Want to get too close to the holiday, and then, that'll probably be it for December. But thoughts?
Would you guys be able to meet on the 13th and the 14th?
Those days are open for me.
13th and 14th? Proposal?
Why both days?
We could do the personnel policy on the 13th and then move, more in depth into the work session and any other, remaining board business, such as getting your letters out and so forth, on the 14th.
Yes. Yes, I'm, at this point, I'm a yes.
Yeah,
This time of year, I gotta tell you, it's very difficult for me to get home after dark,
Yeah, well,
once I have to chain up.
yeah,
So a little earlier in the day,
It's-
okay?
okay,
Try to do like a 10 to 3. Is that,
Great, or
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
10 to 4, okay, maybe we'll find a way to get some food in you then. Do you guys like the food thing? Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
sure. Roger,
Yeah,
we good?
yeah.
Sure?
Yeah.
Okay, Shane?
I'm tentative both days, but
Yeah, I think we're good. Let's tentative both days,
Right.
schedule.
Sir, I will absolutely, and certainly do let me know if something changes because with, with Rich not here, right now, and not knowing what his availability is. Quorum is something.
Any other board comments or business? I have some, real quickly. So Ethan, one of the things, I was gonna talk to Roger and I talked to the board is I'm just gonna suggest that we start to put together a binder that's available in it for each of the board members. I mean, we can put one together and then figure out what we like, and then we can have one for each of the board members. That includes ordinance, bylaws, org chart, budget, funding agreement, board timeline, any flow charts. And then, of course, these policies, but something that we can have in hand that either we leave it here and we can pull it off the shelf, or we take it home and we can have it for us. So something like that. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, okay.
I think that's really important for onboarding.
Yep.
A new board member.
Mhm.
So I can,
Good point.
send you an email or text that lists at least what I have for now, and other board members, as we put it together, have anything they want to add, we can do that. So,
Okay,
sound all right?
that sounds great.
All right, public comments. Anybody online?
If you're online, you want to make a comment, raise your hand. You can do so. No comments.
No comments. Motion to adjourn.
Well moved.
Motion by Roger, second by Georgia. All in favor, aye. Aye, we're adjourned.
One quick question, and now that we're adjourned, would Ken or Roger like to come spend any time at the office? Doing some water right stuff and sort of seeing the flow of things next week? Ask you after the new year? Okay,
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
okay, possibly. Roger, you
So
possible?
my offer was to help you with that domestic allowance so that we could get that pushed out of here, so we could get that form finished. That's my offer.
Okay,
It still holds.
all
I
right.
didn't hear back from you.
The office was similar for remediation. Anyway. So it was pretty gross in here, Monday and Tuesday.